Another warm welcome to the tech team that is joining me today. They have been phenomenal this morning. I want to apologize for the gremlins we experienced. The program was bouncing back and did not reach some of you on time on Friday. Still not this morning. The event list and the event link was not working this morning. So thank you for your patience this morning with us. I do trust we've sorted all our gremlins and we will all have a great time this morning. We have a morning and an afternoon of engagements, critical thinking, scholarship, practitioner reflections, and I trust you in your respective institutions and campuses will be taking a moment to actually pause and listen in on what is happening at the various institutions. Our event is streaming live from the University of the Free State, but for many of you that are presenters, you will just be unmuting yourself, sharing your presentation, and the recording will be placed on the ELETSA YouTube channel. If you have not clicked and subscribed, like any other young teenager, click and subscribe and follow the ELETSA YouTube channel so that you can stay abreast with all the conversations and dialogues we will be having. This particular event will also be shared on that platform. But today you'll hear less of me and more from other colleagues. We have 6 presentations lined up today, and from the program you will note that each presenter has been allotted 30 minutes. Within that 30 minutes, they will present for 15 minutes. We will allow them 5 to 10 minutes for questions and answers. And as participants in this event, you are more than welcome to click on the Q&A icon and type your questions as the presenters go through their presentations, and at the end I will then facilitate the Q&A and we will hear from the presenters in terms of how they respond to that. We do not have an unmute function for participants, so please do type away. We hope you will stay engaged and we will then in the last 5 minutes transition to the new presenters. You will note on the program we have made time and provision for comfort breaks and, most importantly, a lunch break between 12:30 and 1:30. We were going to be entertained this morning by one of our students that have been serviced by one of our colleagues from the University of the Witwatersrand, but the COVID pandemic is still with us. And unfortunately, the student has tested positive for COVID. We're keeping the student in our thoughts and prayers, and we're wishing them all the best that they will get to full recovery soon. So during the comfort break where we had an entertainment piece, we unfortunately will not listen to the poetic rendition that was prepared, but it will give you time to dash for coffee, get a body stretch, and most importantly, come back in time to listen to our next presenters. During one of our comfort breaks, we will also then take a lunch break. You will notice on your screen, you will have a placeholder slide that will indicate that we are on break. We will play music in the background, some jazzy jams that you can just relax over lunch. But my wish is that you enjoy the critical engagements and reflections and pick up a thing or two for your specific context that you can adopt but also adapt for your context so that you can also render and contribute to the enhancement of student success across our various institutions, but most importantly, across the higher education sector. At this juncture, colleagues, I want to pause and check if there are any questions that you might have in terms of the house rules and how today will be taking place. If you do not have a Q&A icon on your screen, you're more than welcome to indicate. I do have my colleagues supporting me on the tech end that will enable that for you, but at this moment you will not be able to unmute your microphone just to control this event. So for any questions or answers, please feel free to type your questions and answers in the chat at this moment. Right, so I'm not sure whether we still have any questions. It's 9:10. And I just want to provide some opening remarks. so that we can get going. For those of you who do not know who I am Guguletu Tiroyabona. I am the current president of ELETSA, the Academic Advising Association of Southern Africa. We are an allied member of the National Academic Advising Association, which is a global community of academic advisors that is based in the US. We are allied members alongside the UK, alongside colleagues from Canada and colleagues from Qatar. So we are part of a global network. And I trust through these reflections, you can also showcase some reflections. We've had some moments where we've had the opportunity to engage, and we have another global engagement coming up where we will be able to engage with global colleagues on the 14th of July. So please feel free to join us there. So that we can continue this networking efforts. We are also tomorrow segueing into the Siyaphumelela conference. For those of you who do not know what Siyaphumelela is, it is another initiative that is funded by the Kresge Foundation that is aimed at contributing and enhancing student success at our various institutions. I want to send a word of shout out to Sadie and the Siyaphumelela colleagues for also seeding this initiative of academic advising in South Africa. Together with DHET, Siyaphumelela have really helped us move the student success needle. So in terms of the National Plan for Higher Education, it has flagged in the past an increase in academic and student success as being a key priority for the country going forward. With that said, we have seen in the recent years a modest increase in throughput and graduation rates, not only at our institutions, but across the sector. With that, this has also underscored the point that the higher education sector and system need to continue to place premium priority on improving both academic and student success. Now, you might be wondering, why am I separating academic and student success? It is purely based on the notion that academic success is that attainment of a qualification, but student success is the enablement of a well-grounded graduate who is either entrepreneurial or employable. So that is why we need to place prime priority on both academic and student success. In 2021, those of you who joined us when we were still hard in our lockdowns, we were officially launching ELETSA, and we were joined by Professor Vasti Torres, who is based in the US. And she emphasized that when done well, academic advising can serve as a lever to improve the student experience and support, which enables the contribution to persistence and on-time graduation. And I think we've come full circle, literally 364 days since the launch. And I think we can all attest that we've put in effort in doing academic advising well. And I think we'll also hear from the presenters how they've attempted to do academic advising well at their respective institutions. And we will see how that has possibly been a lever to on-time graduation, but also persistence at the various institutions. With our recent transition to blended learning and teaching, I think for me, it has become more apparent that our work for advising is contributing indeed to student success and is indeed molding entrepreneurial and employable graduates. But however, it is important for me still that the advisor and advisee relationship is based on a transformative pedagogical approach that calls for listening attentively to the voices of students. And during today, we will also listen to some panel reflections by 3 of our students who have been served by one of our advisors across our institutions, and we will definitely hear what has happened to them. I'll let you in on a secret. 2 of them are already working at the respective institutions where they were served by you as an academic advisor. Colleagues, we have reached a juncture where we will now be entering into our presentations. As I've indicated, we will listen to 3 presenters that will kick us off, and then we'll have a comfort break between 11 and 11:30. We will come back to listen at 11:30 till 12:30 to 2 more presenters. Enjoy our lunch break between 12:30 and 1, and then between 1 and 3, we will listen to the panel reflection by our students, and then close off with a closing keynote by Dr. Mbindio from the University of Millersville. Colleagues, on that note, I want to nudge us in the right direction and get our first presenters up. We will be reading the bios of the presenters before each presentation, so please bear with us. We want you to meet our colleagues and we want you to know more about our colleagues. Our first presenters are from the University of Cape Town. Professor Sitteldien will not be, Professor van Pletsen, apologies, will not be presenting this morning, but I do believe that Dr. Sitteldien will be representing the both of them, and their presentation is titled Applying Systems Principles to Achieve Greater Integration of Student Support at a Decentralized Institution. And on that note, let us listen to the bios of our two presenters.
Dr. Riyashna is an academic development practitioner. She is both the Deputy Director of the Academic Development Program at UCT and the Co-Principal Investigator of UCT's Academic Advising Initiative, which aims to broaden and strengthen institutional strategy on academic advising for student success. Dr. Riyashna is the institutional lead on Siyaphumelela and works on several student support projects, including work in digitally enabled academic advising, chatbots, data-enabled academic advising, and peer advising for academic recovery. Professor Armin is an academic development practitioner. She is both the Director of the Academic Development Program at UCT and the Co-Principal Investigator of UCT's Academic Advising Initiative, which aims to broaden and strengthen institutional strategy on academic advising for student success. Prof. Armin has expertise in language development, extended curriculum, and serves as Siyaphumelela coach. Thank you.
On that note, Riyashna, I would like to invite you to share your screen, put your camera on, and unmute yourself and take us through your presentation. We have a little extra time, so I think I'll be gracious and grant you the extra 10 minutes to continue and go slowly through your presentations so that we can critically engage in your presentation. Riyashna, it is over to you.
Thank you so much, Gugu, and strength to you and your team going forward there with hopefully no more technical issues. Am I sharing my screen? Because I can't see it on, I can see the ELETSA.
We can see your screen.
You can see my screen. Okay. And if I move slides, can you see that?
Perfectly so, thank you.
Perfect. All right, so then I will continue that way. Okay, so colleagues, today what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be presenting the findings of a study that we've done. So many of you have been part of the original Siyaphumelela workstream on academic advising, where we worked on developing baseline studies on advising in our respective institutions. And so, you know, we've written that up in that special edition of the that was commissioned. And what we've done with this paper that I'm going to be talking about today is we've taken it a step further to try and understand, once you've got your baseline study, once you understand the essentials of what's happening at your institution, how do you go forward to make recommendations for improvement in a practical and implementable way that works within the confines of both resource limitations and structural limitations. So the paper today is titled Applying Systems Principles to Achieve Greater Integration of Student Support for Academic Advising in a Decentralized Institution. Academic support and academic advising. So the primary reference from which I will be speaking today is a pre-publication, Sitteldien and van Pletsen, Applying Systems Principles to Achieve Greater Integration. So as the the title on our paper, and that's Impress in Perspectives in Education at the moment. Okay, so now, why do we do the work we do? We do the work we do because it's important, and we know that student support services, academic advising, all of these things contribute to academic success for students and helps to reduce university dropout rates. And importantly, improves the student experience. In fact, a Blackboard study recently indicated that if you have well-designed student support, you actually disproportionately but positively impact students who are at risk. So it has a greater effect on students that are at risk. And we all have these provisions of student support, right? It's ubiquitous in higher education. In a quality higher education institution, you're going to have support that contributes to personal well-being, financial health, careers planning, academic performance. And these are really important. And they're meant to have impact. But for various reasons, these services do not have the same kind of intended outcomes that we would like to see. And this can be for a number of different reasons. But a common characteristic that I'm sure many of us will recognize in our own institutions is that these services, so here I've kind of tried to visualize the way in which services are siloed off and separated from each other. And what I've done is try to show how they don't often connect to each other. And this is what we would often refer to as a concept of decentralization that happens in our institutions. And this emerges from the fact that these services often evolve independently and towards a very specific purpose or challenge that it's trying to solve, and they don't always speak to each other. But decentralization in and of itself is not the problem. The problem is that we don't also think about mechanisms that allow for this feedback to happen, allows them to communicate with each other. And this can lead to confusion for students, student fatigue, and fatigue for the people that work in the system. So a good analogy for this, a very practical analogy for this is a medical one. Right? So, for example, you've got a patient and they're in a hospital or a facility, and they're being serviced in terms of their healthcare by a number of different service providers. So you have the surgeon, you have the general, the doctor that's taking care of the patient, you have nurses, you might have a radio technician that is working with this same patient. Now you can very easily understand if each of those practitioners are not communicating with each other about what is happening with the patient, that they are not sharing information about the patient, that you can easily lead to a situation in which you've got diagnostic errors, that the monitoring of the patient is not effective, and this can contribute to the ultimate failure of a poor patient outcome, right? And so in higher education, where we would think about student attrition as a poor patient outcome in this case. Now, when we had universities that were relatively small and elite with high staff-student ratios, fairly homogeneous student population, it may have been okay for these services to sit in silos, but with massification and a much larger number of students with more diverse range of needs, you can see how important it is that these support services are actually integrated and coordinated to serve that student or the patient in our analogy well, so that it doesn't lead to attrition or failure. Now, we also know that we have these large institutions, and we have these services that already exist. How then do we, after doing this baseline mapping, understand how to bring these together to work in an integrated way? And in our research, we found that there were very few guiding frameworks that exist to help institutions first assess and then improve student support so that it can become more efficient and effective. And in general, in higher education, there are very few coherent frameworks for managing multiple projects that work towards a particular goal. So in this paper, we address this challenge by creating a conceptual framework, drawing very strongly from systems thinking. So systems thinking as a guiding framework, you'll see on the slide, we've got, it needs to have a goal or a purpose. You often have inputs, which is the resources that go into your process. You have a process. You will have an output, which is the result of your process. And you need to have this feedback that speaks back into the system and then allows for iterative improvement. Now, the nice thing about a systems thinking is if you already have structures in place and what you're trying to do is create connections between them, it means that you don't have to have full redesign of your system or necessarily employ more resources. And I think this is a very comforting thought for those of us, as are most of us, in resource-constrained environments. So in order to think through our systems framework, it's important that we understand two very important concepts. And the first is, what do we mean by system? So you have these different components, but very importantly that they show these criteria, that they have a defined overarching purpose, that they have feedback and communication between the structures, and that there is some level of integration between them. And what do we mean then by integration? So integration is this process of linking together your different components so that they can functionally cooperate. It allows for a flow of data and optimal communication, and ultimately increases your efficiency through improved decision making, and gives you an opportunity for creating a monitoring and evaluating framework. So what then did we do with our paper? As I mentioned, we started with a baseline study which looked at our institution overall, and then we moved into focus on a very specific group, in this case, a faculty as our unit of study. And we wanted to understand that if we delved further and understood in detail the functions of support within the faculty, could we, using a systems framework, make recommendations for improvements into the system. So this is a framework for assessing and making recommendations. Ultimately, you would then need to implement recommendations and have a monitoring and evaluation framework against which to assess the impact of those recommendations. But this was phase one of the study. So the functions that we sampled in this case in our faculty were orientation, curriculum advising, which is the largest sort of service that is provided by the faculty, peer mentoring, which sits in different pockets of departments within the faculty, and then career advising, which is an external service, but that still services students within that faculty. The sources of data that we collected were from interviews with various people within the faculty. We had focus groups with students, and then we also did a content analysis, which is the materials created by the faculties for the purpose of informational advising with students, and we went through those in great detail. The methods that we used were an unstructured coding approach. We took an unstructured coding approach, and then we triangulated the themes that emerged with our content analysis. And we asked a bunch of questions. Once we had a detailed understanding of how the advising played out in that faculty, we asked a bunch of questions. We asked, how do the existing student support structures work? We asked if there was a defining overarching purpose or goal for student support, and if so, how is it interpreted? We asked about feedback mechanisms and communication structures within the faculty, and we wanted to understand what was the level of integration between the faculty. So just to give a little between the structures of the faculty. So just to give a little bit more detail on the actual research part of this work, for the interviews, we identified informants with a rich knowledge of student support functions in the faculty. We also interviewed departmental representatives, particularly those who held the peer mentoring programs in the 3 different departments. We talked to career services, and we did a focus group of first-year students. Now, we chose first-year students specifically because they have most recently been through orientation, which was one of our components under study, and they are, in a sense, the most naive in terms of having an experience of student support. So senior students may know what they know because they figured it out, whereas first-year students have to go through the process of really dealing with what might be inefficiencies within the system because they haven't figured out workarounds yet. So this is what we did. We coded the data, and then we highlighted the text of interest. We generated and compared categories of findings, developed themes until we reached saturation. And then we used, as I mentioned, the content produced by the faculty as a means of triangulation. So did that support the findings of our themes, or did they contradict our themes? And this is how we went about developing our set of findings. So our findings now, I want to put a huge caveat at the beginning of this slide, which is, this is not to say that the faculty does everything wrong, right? This was a problem finding mission. So we found the problems. And just to be clear that this does not mean that the student support provided by the faculty is ultimately useless, right? This is just some of the issues we identified, which is that orientation is overloaded, that faculty advisors are overburdened, that there's no formal training of advisors, so it's very much a learn as you go. There's no continuity from one set of advisors to the next as advisors move on. Peer mentoring programs are not well articulated. There's low uptake and high attrition of many of the support interventions. There's no overarching articulated purpose of student support for the faculty. And then communication between structures is patchy. It's not terribly effective when communicating with students. There does not seem to be sufficient use of existing external resources for advising, and there is a lack of coordination of functions. So ultimate conclusion, student support and advising in the faculty is not optimized. So then the question is, how do we take this systems framework with its criteria and apply that to our specific context to interrogate our data and move towards a more optimal model? So this is what we were trying to do. Okay. So in terms of your context, so, what you might be able to do and what we would certainly be doing further with more of our faculties is that the first thing you need to do is identify the components of concern that will define your system. Now, I mentioned 4 components that we dealt with in developing the conceptual model or the working methodology, but of course, the faculty itself has a lot more components as are represented in this slide, as well as there are other external service providers that deal with health issues, academic writing, for example, and so on and so forth, that also speak to servicing this group of students. So it's very important when working with a systems framework that you're very clear about the definition of your system. Which components are you actually referring to? And in making the decision about those components, what you will often do is also try to understand, first and foremost, what should the student support of those components be striving to achieve? What should that be striving to achieve? So ultimately, what is the purpose or goal for this set of student support functions? And what we recommend in our paper is that these goals should speak directly to student support student success challenges that is identified by your faculty, by your course, by your program, by your particular cohort of students that you might be looking at. So in our case, for example, the faculty specifically has an issue with the achievement gap and throughput rates. So that might be the purpose of student support that is defined, and by that definition, which structures would you be looking at? And then once you've done that, your next step would be, how can you use your existing structures to create feedback mechanisms? Now, remember, you've done the baseline study. You have interrogated your components in detail. You now understand all the challenges that exist. And your questions that you would ask of your data then is, how do you create better feedback and communication mechanisms? So it's important to note that these communication strategies should be holistic, and where the problems emerge is where you have these piecemeal communication, where then students end up with communication overwhelm. And it can also be helped by having a central coordination of structures. So in our example, we recommend that a centrally based student support coordinator could take responsibility for implementing the overall student support goal and coordinate the various student support functions, such as peer mentoring and student advising. The next question that is important to ask is, how can you link your different components to functionally cooperate? One of the things that we recommend here is that it's not enough to just link your service providers, but you also need a leadership component where there's a high level of leadership in designing, reviewing, and implementing your student support strategies. The recommendation in our example was that because student advising is so overloaded in the faculty, why not devolve some of those activities to external structures? For example, the career service or the peer mentoring programs, but in a defined, structured, and evaluated way. The next question is, how can we create a flow of data and functionality between components? Here, our recommendation, which we know is a firm favorite within our community here with Siyaphumelela, is to have a platform for data sharing, such as a case management system, something we don't have at UCT yet. And this would allow for student queries that are shared between structures and allows for feedback. So think back to that medical analogy, how important it is for anyone dealing with that one patient to have all the important information that they need relative to that patient's health. How do we increase efficiency of decision making? Now, this is where we want to stop the back and forth that often happens in student advising, where you have one person says something and the student goes to another person and they say something else, and then they go back to the first person and they get extremely confused. So our recommendation in our case study was that there be a well thought out training program for all the support providers within the faculty that shares the ethos of the faculty's student support, engages with the purpose and the goal of academic advising and student support within the faculty. And then lastly, really important to find opportunities to evaluate for monitoring and evaluation. We know that it's really difficult to make the case that something is working if you don't have a structured evaluation framework, and it doesn't have to be a complicated one. We have a paper in Siyaphumelela this week that talks specifically about this issue of creating a monitoring and evaluation that works very practically for student success initiatives. So by clearly articulating the challenges of your cohort and defining the purpose of your support structure, so steps you've taken at the beginning, it becomes much easier to monitor progress on making that impact at a later stage. So finally, I've kind of run through that, but finally, what we conclude with this paper is we agree with Tinto, if you are to take student success seriously, you must design intentionally with student success in mind. That without the luxury of being able to design systems from scratch, which none of us really have, we need to consider adopting existing structures so as to be more efficient for both staff and students, so adapting those. And then finally, that applying systems principles to achieve greater integration of services could offer a powerful way to do this. So enable student success, provide an overall improved student experience, but also to be able to work within our resource-constrained and often decentralized institutions. Gugu, I think that's it from me. Thank you all so much for listening.
Have now a few minutes to spare, but I think it is worth us segueing into our next presenters. Our next presenters are from the University of Witwatersrand. We are going to have Razia and Dr. Irene Kamara, both from the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, and they will be speaking to us around motivation in advising and particularly enriching advising experience for students. We will hear at the moment the bios of the presenters, and while the bio is being read up, if I may ask our presenters to call up their presentation, that they are ready to start as soon as their bios have been read, and you will hear again from me at the end. That will be around 10:20, or is that my clock getting wrong now? Apologies, at 10:50 when we facilitate the next round of Q&As, but I think at this moment it is noteworthy to move over to our next presentations. Thank you.
Razia Musa is the head of academic support at the University of the Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, and the vice president of ELETSA, the Professional Association for Advisors in South Africa. She holds a Master of Science and a Master of Education, as well as a certificate in academic advising. She played a leading role in institutionalizing advising at WITS and convenes a community of practice for advisors. Her research interests are in student success, academic advising, evidence-based practice, and program evaluation. Dr. Irene is an advisor, academic, scientist, researcher, author, motivational speaker, and currently employed as an academic advisor. Faculty of Science at the Wits University. Previously worked as a lecturer at the University of the Free State and a researcher at Sasol Limited, co-founder of Tlotlang Primary School in Tabanchu, Free State. Enthusiastic about making a positive difference in people's lives and improving students' academic success. She also enjoys family, farming, and sewing. Thank you.
Thank you. So then I think that we would proceed with our presentation at the moment. So I'm Razia Musa, and I'm going to be doing the first part of the presentation with you, and then I'm going to be handing over to Irene. So what we'd like to do today is we would like to share with you our reflections on how we use motivation in advising. So what we're going to be doing today is we are going to contextualize our presentation by sharing our students' socioeconomic and academic context, which supports holistic advising. Sorry. We also realize that we need to focus on the relationship between motivation, academic advising, and student success. And then we will conclude with the effects of intrusive advising on students' motivation. But at the outset, we would like to say that quantifying the effects of motivation on students' success is limited because we consider motivation to be a second-order variable, which is dependent on factors such as attitude, needs, values, and perceived goals. Our goal in academic advising is to help students reach both their career and educational goals by simultaneously addressing academic and socio-economic challenges. To this end, all the advisors got together and we developed a definition for academic advising at WITS, which also included our advising cycle. We viewed advising as a continuous developmental student-centered process premised on collaboration between advisors and students. Irene is going to share with you how we use this to assist students to navigate through various transitions. So the reason we do this is to equip students to deal with multifaceted personal, psychosocial, and educational barriers to success. We envisage that this will allow them to make informed decisions as they transition through the university and ultimately make a meaningful contribution to society and to the world at large. So our commitment is entrenched in our advising cycle. I'm not going to go through the cycle, but what I want to highlight is that in the first semester, we deal with orientation and the first year experience, which includes assessment preparation throughout the semester. While this continues in the second semester, we begin the second semester in block 3 with reflections on semester 1, curriculum changes and dealing with exams and unmet expectations. So you may be wondering, who are the WIT students? We use our institutional data to provide us with a picture of who our students are. The majority of our students are female. 74% of our students are African, and this has steadily increased over the past 6 years. This data shows us that our students come from cities and towns as well as from townships. Some of them are from rural areas, and those from informal settlements and farms also draw on our advising services, and this is evident in our quintiles. We understand that the transition from school to university is challenging and for students, and that students also require career counseling, they require motivation, and they require academic and psychosocial support. And because some of our students come to us from less advantaged backgrounds, we have incorporated motivation into an intrusive form of advising. The framework that we have been using is based on Lowe's conceptual model, and this model highlights 3 factors that influence student success, such as the student's background, student factors at the university, and institutional factors. Student background factors include personal, psychosocial, psychoeconomic, and learning factors, for example. And then when you look at university factors that affect students, these include language barriers, workload, inadequate study skills, and the need for curriculum and career advising. And then lastly, we focus on institutional factors, and these include a sense of community belonging and contextual support. And these are just examples of what is incorporated in the 3 different factors. At this point, I would like to hand over to Irene for her to continue the presentation.
All right, thank you everyone. And thank you, Razia, for putting our presentation in context. I'm in the Faculty of Science, as it has been read on my bio. So when a student comes to the university, they are basically focusing on academic performance. They want to pass. So we examine the areas which are the variables which affect academic performance. So we have the social variables, which are according to our demographic picture there, are very fundamental to our work. And then the individual variables and the institutional variables. In the social variables, the social economic challenges are very, very a big challenge to our students based on the where they transit from school to into university. So in all this area, we find that motivation is fundamental for them to stay resilient and stay in university. As one of the speakers
Sorry, Irene, do you mind unmuting? Apologies.
Oh, I think I knocked it accidentally. Sorry, let me go back. So the social variables are very, very ingrained in how we do our advising at the university, because as you saw the picture presented by Razia, the demographics show that we have a lot of students from less advantaged backgrounds, because WITS originally used to be a different, had different demographics, and now it has changed over the time. So these students come in and they have all these factors which are in conjunction with the individual variables like the cognitive skills and personal factors, study skills, all this based on their schools where they come from. We find that motivation is fundamental to keep these students focused on their work. It reduces their stress, their anxiety, and as you will see in the coming slides, how we use this to make sure that these students, or not really make sure, we help our students so that they can stay focused on their work. Razia, can we move on to the next one? Razia is controlling the slides from her side. So when the student enters the university, you can see that small picture there. They are looking at actually going through. They have a plan. They know 3 years I'll be out. But the reality is different. The student will find a lot of things there. And as you all saw, in the last 2 years, we had COVID. Nobody budgeted for that. So in this whole the academic journey through the university, they will have things, challenges with teaching versus lecturing. They're used to being taught differently. Now the lectures are different. They're picking up new courses. The workload, that's one of the issues they experience. They don't even know their purpose. Why am I at university? And then career counseling, I took the wrong courses. So we experience, these are some of the few things all as academic advisors experience at university. But now we thought, okay, what do we do to keep these students resilient? We offer them the support. How do we do it? So motivation, we have found out that is fundamental to this. When a student is motivated, it's much easier for them to go back. When they fall down, they can get up. They know their purpose. So as we shall see in the next slide, Razia, what this academic engagement means for the students. So if we try to understand motivation in the context of the student, motivation basically is divided into 2 parts. We have the intrinsic motivation, everyone, as well as the extrinsic. And now both of these are combined and they come up with what the student motivation is supposed to be. The intrinsic motivation is internal rewards. And when we look at, as Razia, I'm still on the last one. When you look at the last, the intrinsic motivation, a lot of our students lack that, especially the mindset. They always think, I'm going to fail. I'm poor. I don't have this. And that is something we focus on to see that this student's mindset changes from thinking they're lacking and thinking in the opportunities. And when you look at the external rewards, that's easy to identify because they know they must pass the exams. They know they have friends. They know they must do this. They're clear. You can see the goals. So we found that motivation of motivating less advantaged students, is impacted by external factors, family, peer attitudes, financial status. They don't have food. Those are all external rewards, which are the ones they focus on. So the moment they fail, you find that it's very hard for them to get on board because they are thinking about only external rewards. So we dig into the internal rewards. So you think, okay, I failed. Yes, I didn't have food, but then the mindset is, I have a purpose. I'm here because I need to get that degree. Why do I want to get this degree? Because I ultimately want to change my life. So that's where motivation comes in. We motivate them based on the internal rewards. Razia, the next one. Then we look at what are the effects of motivation. The effects of motivations are very clear to all of us. First of all, it gets you going. If you are sitting there and you're demotivated, the moment you get motivated, you'll get up. And it maintains you, because when you fail, you get up. And this is a continuous process. It's these students, we have to put this to make sure that they understand how powerful motivation is for them to keep moving. It's one of the most critical components of learning. If you are motivated, you won't procrastinate. You'll be disciplined. You'll have, your attitude will change. You'll start setting your goals because you have this motivation. Can we go on to the next one, Razia? So the next slide talks about motivation in academics. How does motivation impact academics? First of all, if you are motivated, your thoughts are going to be different. Your choices, how do you get up and do your work? Do you keep your time? Do you plan your time? And are you persistent? Because in university, it's inevitable students fail. Very few don't fail their tests or what. Very, very few. The majority of them, even if they came in as A students, they come in as heroes and then they fall down. So from hero to zero. Now here we focus on the mindset, because once your mind is set properly, then you start thinking more positive things and you are motivated. A student will come in, walk in and start say, I am so tired. Okay, that's okay. I understand you're tired. The workload is just too much for me. I don't have time. And this is very important to get the student to understand that time, we all have 24 hours. How you budget your time is going to contribute to how you succeed. So you motivate them to change their mindset, to shift from the fixed mindset to a growth mindset. The failure is not failure, it's actually showing you can do better. How do you look at failure in a positive way? How do you look at looking at your goals? If this is not working, what else can I do? So in this case, we focus on the mindset, making sure that this student's mindset of the lacking mindset, I don't have this, I don't have this, I'm poor, I'm this, I'm that. So I try very much to focus on how to improve or to influence their mindset. Can we go on to the next one, Razia? Okay, while we wait for the next slide, which is student motivation and engagement. What do we mean by student engagement? There are some dimensions which sort of direct us to understand the student's engagement. And these are, we have the cognition, that is the thought. How do the student think? Their emotions, how do they feel? And then their behavior, how do they act? And if you motivate them, the motivation can be directed towards any of these student engagement, because each student presents themselves with a different challenge. Sometimes it's emotional. One of the students came to me and told me, I am struggling. I can't connect with my dad. All I need, my dad doesn't want to talk to me. It wasn't academics. So I had to find a way to deal with the student's feeling so that this student can forget about that or solve that problem and start looking at the reason why they're at university. So this student, after we talked about the cognition, he came back and he told me, Doctor, I'm very happy now. And my dad speaks to me. I even drive his car. I was very happy and his performance went up. So sometimes you don't have to show them what to do, like in terms of academics. All they need is for you to be there and care for them. And then, of course, encourage them to do the work. Of course, it doesn't take away the facts like study execution, skills, and strategies, but emotions and feelings are fundamental to a student's success. So motivation addresses some of these things very, very carefully. Can we go on to the next one? So the next slide, Razia, how do I do this? So the way I do I include my motivation in academic advising. I look at the student in a holistic manner, looking at their socio-economic issues as well as their academic issues. Like Razia showed us the slide where we had the demographics. We have a lot of students who are from less advantaged communities. Their academics was also not when they come in, they are lacking a lot of skills. So these students, their biggest challenge when they come in is socioeconomic challenges. They don't have food. They don't know, some are sleeping in libraries. You can't start telling a student, this is how you should study when their stomach is empty. So we need to address that. That's what I do. So again, we build professional relations. Everybody, I'm sure, does that. But most importantly, there's care. The students need to know you care. Sometimes caring alone motivates a student. And how do you care? People don't, sometimes I'm lucky, it's one of my attributes, but some people struggle with that, to show it. They do, but they can't show it. So you become a good listener. You remember the personal information about advisors. You share some of your own experiences, which you become a mentor in that way, which are relevant to the situation. And then you ask probing questions. The moment you start showing interest in this student, they divulge information which will help you help them. So it's very important for us to do that. And that's how I incorporate motivation in the academic advising. Razia, the next one. Okay, this slide speaks about two aspects, the types of academic advising. Most of us lean on the developmental academic advising approach, but we are trying to embed the intrusive or proactive academic advising in our advising at university. And how are we doing that? We add on the intrusive. The way we include that, we do workshops. We identify those areas where the students are struggling, because a lot of students will come and consult with you on time management, for example. Others will tell you workload. There are so many different challenges they present with. Now, once you identify that you have a group of challenges, some challenges which are common to a lot of students, then we design workshops. And we do those online. We do them after work, after school, we say around 4 to 6. That way, a lot of our students are out of the laboratories. They have finished their day-to-day lectures and lab work. And a lot of them are very responsive in that. In that way, you reach the student before the student comes to you or before they get a problem. Also, with the intrusive advising, some students don't come and seek advising. They wait until they're in trouble. So even if they have a problem, they postpone it to the time when they feel, now I can't, I'm sinking, I can't survive. So in that way, what we do, when you do intrusive advising or proactive advising, you reach those students who wouldn't have come as well. So we try this, and I think it's working a lot. When we do this, even students from, normally our advising focuses on the first years and maybe second years, but also postgraduates come through and they seek help. If you're talking about study methods or workload management, it affects all the students across the continent. So this is very important for us, and it's working well. I think we'll continue just improving on that. Razia, the next one. So when we started this, when we put in our abstract, it mentioned less advantaged students. And again, Razia highlighted that in the demographics, but now it's also in literature, the proportion of the graduations for privileged students doubles that of less advantaged students. This is well documented, many people have researched on it. So if that is the case, then what is the problem? Why are these students struggling so much compared to the others? And these are the issues we have highlighted throughout this presentation. These students have a lot of socioeconomic issues, and with this is where our focus also goes. How do you help these students? We may not give them money, but we can motivate them. And that motivation is so powerful that they will come and tell you, I want to pass because I don't want to disappoint you. And you say, look, you are not doing this for me, it's for you. But because they know you care and you actually motivate them, they do things to make sure they don't disappoint you. Okay, Razia, the next one. I think we are almost done. It's, I think, the last one. Okay, one more. How do we do that? We motivate them the same way, make sure that this motivation forms part of their agency, the purpose to succeed in life. Why are you at university? Why, when they are going down, you ask them that question, they start thinking, yeah, why am I at university? You need to look at the purpose. You will have hardships, but you need to look at the reasons why you are there. So with motivation, students understand power, personal qualities, values, and strength. You highlight their strength. What are you good at? So that is very fundamental to the students. And I think the last slide, Razia, it will speak on the best practices, which a few of them, most of us are using those practices, I believe. But most importantly, we have to keep in mind that you have to listen. I think everybody has emphasized that, all the speakers who have spoken today. Listen to the student, empathize, care, and explore. Those are, I think I will stop here in the interest of time, and because we had a bit of hiccups in the morning. Thank you very much, everybody, and we can. I hope we have a few minutes for questions, but I think that's all we have to say for today.
Fantastic. Thank you so, so much for that presentation. Very insightful again. I think for me, it takes me back to a conversation I've had with a colleague around motivation versus Maslow's hierarchy of needs, with the types of students that we are seeing and serving in our advising offices. We're seeing that if Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the basic needs are not met, it makes it difficult for the students to persist and to be retained in the system and for even them to succeed. And I think we've heard the same effect of or conversation of the effect of motivation in such instances. So thank you so much, Razia and Irene. I think this is also quite an interesting lens to borrow into our practice of advising. I'm of particular interest Maslow's conceptual framework model that also brings in a different lens into the space and how we can contextualize it into our space. So thank you so, so much. Just looking at the chats that have come in so far, we see a chat, a question from Marika asking, how did the negative motivation during ERT how did you navigate, motivation during ERT? And did you have to make use of different strategies or ways of engaging with students in the online spaces? So really looking at the type of times we find ourselves in, the blended spaces. You know, if you could just respond to that, either Irene or Razia. And we see a comment there from Kate indicating, listen to the student, emphasize care. She found that of particular interest for her in terms of hearing the stories, but also sharing your stories. So Irene and Razia, I'm going to call you back on. If you could please reply to the question posed by Marika in the chat.
Thank you, Marika, for that question. I will respond to that. You know, as Marika is right, we are moving into the era where we have blended approach. And students are going to stay more and more at home, and they're going to really, really struggle with the environments, especially those students, as we mentioned, we focus on with less advantaged backgrounds. And we struggled with them during that time when we were online. It was really hard for them. The way we managed that is again bringing back the student to the mindset. It's very important. I always lean on Liz. I really like Liz's quote of saying, "As you think, so shall you be." The moment you start focusing on the environment, then you are distracted from your goal. So you try to get the student to understand that this is temporary, and this is through sort of coaxing this student to, you are basically convincing them. You can't tell them what to do, but motivation is a way of convincing the student that you can actually do it. So that's why I'm privileged that I have a background which is disadvantaged. So I dwelt on it very, very fast. And I tell the student, look, if I did it, how come you can't do it? So you can look at other people who have succeeded. I normally use, I'm not very political, but I use President Zuma as somebody, the former President Zuma. I said, look at Zuma. He decided he wanted to be president. And he made it. He didn't need the degree. What do you want in life? So you always draw back the student to find their purpose in life. And that brings you back to the intrinsic factor. If you look at the extrinsic, which is the external rewards, the quick ones, it's very hard to motivate a student. But if you look at the intrinsic, what is it that you want? What's your purpose in life? I always ask the students, oh, by the way, I don't know. If you don't know, you are going to fail. So once they discover that, it's much easier to motivate them. So that's how I navigate that. Yes, the conditions are there. I can't change them for you, but you can work yourself outside those conditions. And that means you must help these students to understand their purpose in life. And then it becomes much easier. Thank you very much. I can talk on this the whole day, but for the interest of time.
I can feel the passion. Thank you so much, Irene. I think Paul also brings in another lens, asking how do we concretize motivation to be a skill? And I think, you've indicated in your presentation where you said it's a continuous process. But I think for me, what I'd like to hear from either of you, again, Irene and Razia, with the same passion that you've just elaborated on mindset, how can one really try and ensure that it is a skill that is embedded into the student's practice or in the student's way of being? Because ultimately, we're trying to ensure that motivation is from within, talking about the intrinsic that you've spoken about. If we focus on the extrinsic, it will be virtually difficult to try and get to students at times. But if you can speak to, what are your thoughts? Can we even concretize motivation as a skill?
I think we can't really concretize it, but it's a way of life. For example, you say the way of life. I get up, I need a job to get food. I need this and that. So personally, I've told, it is a very, very, if your mindset has been thinking poverty all your life, I struggle with that because I grew up poor. So every time I fight it hard, and sometimes it's a challenge. So you have to practice it. There's no other way. And you tell yourself, when something negative comes in, draw on the positives you have achieved. There is something positive in your life you've done. I asked the students, you wanted to enter WITS. How did you behave? What did you do different? He said, I worked very hard. I told myself I have to be in WITS. And I said, can you bring back that in your life? Every time we are in trouble, we have to think of that. Where you have succeeded, how did you succeed? Always think about that. And when a negative thought comes, they will come, trust me, however positive you are. How do you counteract that? You have to do it immediately. And you tell yourself, these too shall pass. How can I look for the positive? Look for the positive in every situation. There's always one if you look hard. Most times we see what we want to see. We choose to see bad, and yet there's some good in that situation. And I think there are a lot of people who have encountered that. I want to tell people, just go back and look at the places where you have succeeded. What were your thoughts? How did you think? You thought, I must get this. I don't care what it takes. And that's how you get yourself motivated. You look back at your success and then you keep on. You will fall down from time to time because there are so many negative things in this world and there's nothing we can do about that. But look at the positives in every situation. There is always one.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. I think just to wrap up this conversation, if you could just also just briefly respond to Masabata's question of how does one then assess the impact of having motivation or incorporated motivation into your practice? How do you measure it in terms of it contributing to academic achievement? If you could just briefly respond to that. Thank you.
I have had, I think the best way is we are trying now with Razia to set up to do some surveys to see so that we can get, like we stated in the beginning, that we don't have data to this. However, when you follow up with your students, when they come back and tell you, thank you for motivating me. And they tell you, frankly, I asked one of my previous students when I was a lecturer, what did I do best? Did I teach you a lot of chemistry? He said, no, doctor, you cared. So it's a feedback from the students. They come back and say, thank you so much for motivating me. I nearly dropped out. But now, how do we get this and get the data behind it? So we are trying to that's why we said we don't have data to show this, but we are trying to see how can we get this so that we can publish it, so that people can look at it and maybe incorporate it in their practice.
Excellent. Colleagues, another round of applause, please, for our colleagues from the University of the Witwatersrand who have rendered for us this excellent presentation reflecting on motivation. I think for us qualitative people, it is of great interest, and I think I look forward to the work in progress in terms of surveys that can measure the impact of this. On that note then, colleagues, I'm going to segue us into our third presentation. Thank you so much, Irene. Into our third presentation for the morning. Yes, it's still morning. And our third presentation is coming from the University of the Free State. Let's hear it from Kate.
Ninette Oukamp joined the academic advising team at the University of the Free State in July 2015. She serves as the CTL academic advisor for natural and agricultural sciences. She also leads advising projects in senior student advising and UFS peer advising. Her passion is the professional development of peer and professional academic advisors, and she is also involved with the Professional Development Program, the AAPD, at the University of the Free State. She holds a B Psychology degree, honors in industrial psychology, and is currently completing her master's degree in industrial psychology at the UFS. She currently holds registration as an independent counselor and an intern industrial psychologist with the Health Professions Council of South Africa. She aims to use her expertise in industrial psychology to aid in creating professional development pathways for academic advisors in South Africa. Her advising philosophy includes a developmental process where students learn to create their futures, apply success strategies in their studies, and become employable, responsible citizens who can add lasting value to their profession. Thank you.
Just checking my screen, I see that you are all ready. This day, what an exciting day this has been. So I hope that you will enjoy this time with me. This was maybe one of the most difficult presentations I've ever put together in my life. And reason being is that I want to tell you the story today of peer advising at the UFS. Now, this story started a long time ago, pre-2017, but I would like to just share some reflective insights and the developmental journey that we have had between 2017 and the current 2022. So we know that with increasing student populations and the constantly evolving nature of student needs, It leads to more and more institutions establishing a peer advisor programs to assist the professional advising services on campus. And research has indicated to us that peer advisors do prefer learning from one another rather than learning from professional academic advisors. And we also know that whether appointed or not, students will advise each other. And because of that, it is paramount for institutions to develop structured, supervised, informed peer advising practices so that you make sure that the voice of your institution is accurate and that students advise each other in the correct way. And I think that stipulates the need for peer advising programs. Now, peer advising programs hold an array of benefits, not only for the institution, but also for the student who gets advised, as well as the peer advisor themselves. If we look at some of the institutional benefits, peer advising can increase retention and graduation rates at the institution, and peer advisors really provide this corps of academic advisors that are across the campus or even off campus where the student lives, where the student learns, but in a student body. Students relate with peer advisors more than professional advisors, and professional peer advising programs really offer versatility, compatibility with existing advising, and it enables advisors to extend their scope of practice and their reach while they are still attending to student-specific needs. Students generally find peer advising easily accessible and convenient in their assistance. They appreciate having more access to advisors, even when it is a senior student. And in some instances where specialization and specific training takes place, peer advisors can even assist institutions with high-risk population groups, such as your quad students, your disability students. And then for the peer advisor, the UFS sees peer advising as a developmental process for peer advisors. It is not just sharing of information which the peer advisor then shares with students, but it's a developmental process where a peer advisor develops professional skills such as communication skills, listening skills, and referral skills. Peer advisors also gain knowledge through this journey as a peer advisor, where they learn to understand institutional policies, regulations, procedures better, but they also get in touch with the campus resources. Peer advisors then also have a direct line to academic advisors while serving as a peer advisor, and in many instances, peer advising programs then also support peer advisors on their academic journey. At the UFS, we have a developmental framework of advising, and we base our developmental framework on the components identified by Habley, namely the conceptual, informational, and relational component. Many of you that have attended the AAPD will know that the UFS then, in addition, added 2 other components, which is then the technological component as well as the professional component. And you will see in this journey that 2017, 18, 19, our peer advisor programs only looked at the first 3 components of advising, whereas now we train peer advisors on the same 5 components that professional academic advisors are trained. So the idea here is really to establish professional learning pathways for UFS peer advisors, which is directly aligned with the professional learning and development pathways of our professional advisors. So to say, speaking out of the same voice. Now, I'm not going to stand still at this slide very long, but literature identifies very important steps that you need to take into account when you want to develop a peer advisor program at your institution. Your advising mission should filter through to your peer advisor programs. There's no use in pouring resources and time into a peer advisor program that does not help the institution to reach the advising mission and objectives. Many literature institutions use peer advisor programs as an entity, a standalone entity. However, many times there are peer advisor structures already established on campus, and academic advising office can hook onto those already existing structures, as you will see that the UFS did. Also then very important to note is that your student needs need to be taken into account, as well as your peer advisor developmental needs. Peer advisors need to be supervised and mentored throughout their period, and it's also important to take into account how they will be supported throughout the time, as well as how your peer advisor program will be assessed. Now, if we look at the UFS peer advisor cohorts pre-2070, we identified 4 cohorts of peer advisors that were already existing on campus, which then included our RC members, residence committee members, and where we focus mostly on the RC academics profile. Then there was the A-STEP tutors who serve in the A-STEP tutorial program in a classroom setting. We have a campus-wide P3 mentorship program in the residences, which hosted about 400 P3 mentors. And then we had our UFS 101 prior, now UFSS teaching assistants of a cohort of about 70. And these were the 4 cohorts that we focused on in our training and development. In 2021, however, we had an exciting addition of 2 new peer advisor cohorts, the first one being the GPS agents or mentors. Now, these are peer advisors who operate an institutional call center and assist in the registration process. And then lastly, we just finished our first cohort with junior advisors, also known as interns at the Central Advising Office. Now, these are actually our top level peer advisors because they fulfill many of the professional roles of a professional academic advisor. This was quite a daunting task for me to map out what happened where in the past 5 years. But on this slide, I would just like to share some of the developmental elements that we had in the past 5 years. So as I've said, in 2017, we started off with a generic peer advisor training. Everyone received the same training. We did not record attendance. Evaluations was based on content. So evaluation questions would directly measure where the peer advisors know the content of the training. In 2017, 2018, and 2019, we also focused on the first 3 components of academic advising: conceptual, informational, and relational. And somewhere in 2017, we realized that peer advisors cannot just get a slideshow, but they need some form of a standard operating procedures document. And we put together a generic peer advisor guide for all the peer advisor populations. In 2018, an interesting addition that we had, one of our critical areas were that we could not track the referrals that peer advisors made to professional advisors. And we developed simple peer advisor referral cards, which we then handed out in the beginning of the year, hoping that peer advisors would send a student to a professional advisor with a referral card. And there were a big need expressed from our peer advisors for more practical and more engaged training sessions. And we therefore then developed a peer advisor workbook. In 2019, we realized that there needs to be some differentiation and that all peer advisors are not the same. We started with a cohort, the RC academics, that lives in the residence, and that is somewhat different from the context of all the other peer advisors. And we put together an RC academics proposal, proposing a program where we really have regular engagements, quarterly engagements with the RC academics and help them to fulfill their roles within their year. Then looking at 2020, reflecting on the RC academics and how we almost tailor-made this peer advisor program for them, we started really realizing that actually the context of each peer advisor cohort is so important and that they have differentiated needs in every training. And that's where we started to differentiate in our training content. We started developing content specific to the teaching context or the success coaching context or in the residence life context. We also started tracking the attendance of peer advisors. Previously, the attendance was not tracked because academic advising was almost seen as a support to the main structure where the peer advisor fits in, which is then A-STEP or UFSS. But we realized that from our side, we also need to track the development and the certification of peer advisors. We then introduced in 2020 assessments to our training, as well as a longer relationship with peer advisors. So we no longer trained them in the beginning of the year and then we finished, but we had regular engagements for about a semester with each cohort of peer advisors. In 2021, during the pandemic, we then adopted the other two components from the academic advising professional program into our peer advising curriculum. And we now teach all 5 components of advising to all our peer advisor cohorts. We then also realized that different levels of engagement with students then require different levels of skills, which is then a differentiated curriculum for each peer advisor cohort. And we developed our 3 levels of peer advisor training. So what was previously only a basic certificate or an advanced certificate then became level 0 peer advising training, level 1 peer advising training, and level 2 peer advising training. Now you might laugh and ask why level 0? And this is because there are still cohorts of peer advisors on campus where we don't necessarily provide a certificate, but we only have an introductory engagement with these peer advisors. An example of that would be SRC members, or for some years it was also the P3 mentor program. Then our level 1 peer advisors then include cohorts such as our A-STEP tutors, our GPS call agents, as well as our RC academic. So these are peer advisors that mainly have a function of referral and dissemination of information. And then our level 2 peer advisors receive a synopsis training of our professional development program. Their training stretches over a whole day over all 5 components of academic advising. And their role is not only dissemination of information and referral, but they also follow up with students, make calls to students, and in 2020 and 21, they were appointed as UFS success coaches within the UFSS teaching module. Now, where we are now, we are really looking in the mirror in our peer advising program, and we are realizing that peer advising in a layered approach such as this really requires clear differentiation, not only in training content, but in learning outcomes for the peer advisors, as well as differentiation in the specific tailor-made professional development opportunities for these cohorts. We have started to collaborate more intensely with the stakeholders hosting these groups of students this year, and we have done a basis needs analysis of what exactly the competencies and skills are that we need to develop in this specific peer advisor cohort. So no longer do we only have a differentiation in training content, but then also a differentiation in the role of the peer advisor, in the learning outcomes and objectives, but then also a differentiation in terms of expertise per cohort. Just to share a little bit of, sorry colleagues, just want to, just to share some data with you. As I said, we only started tracking attendance of peer advisors in 2019. So over the past 3 years, we have trained about 335 peer advisors in 2019, and then their professional development activities attended 355 peer advisors. So that brings us almost up to 1,000 engagements. Then in 2020, we trained about 100 more peer advisors. We trained 738 peer advisors. And then for our further developmental activities, our webinars, there were attendance of 270. And then last year, 2021, we trained 972 peer advisors, and our further development activities, despite of COVID, was an attendance of 861. So I have been referring to further development opportunities quite a few times, and you might be wondering, what is this? So beyond the training sessions for peer advisors, we then host a a selection of webinars throughout the semester, which is then presented online. And on the screen, you will see different topics that we have dealt with within different cohorts of peer advisors at the UFS. For RC Academics, we have a registration check-in because these peer advisors play a critical role in registration. We have a webinar a month or two before exam where we deal with how to create an academic atmosphere in your residence, how to refer students in need. We have around February, March, and then how to compile a project report because the reporting is crucial in this peer advisor cohort. For the A-STEP tutors, there's been a need expressed for time management and their own self-care and academic progress. So we have webinars on time management, self-care, and how to refer students in need. Cultural awareness and diversity is then a general webinar that we also present. And then for the UFSS teaching assistants, we have the added on providing constructive feedback because they often have to provide feedback to students as well as finding and teaching a balance. Just some of the reflections of the peer advisors. Generally, peer advisors have a higher than 80% satisfaction of the content of our training. They feel prepared for their roles and responsibilities. They have a strong preference for face-to-face interactions, and they find the developmental opportunities relevant and helpful. Our A-STEP tutors ask that online sessions are not longer than 2 hours. And then the most valuable topics for them in the training across the 5 components within the UFS resources, rapport building, the case studies where they are practically engaged, advising theories, cultural awareness and diversity. The most valuable professional development opportunities that came from peer advisor data is the cultural awareness and diversity work that we do with them, as well as referring students in need. You can see on the screen just some of the feedback that peer advisors have shared with us. Thank you very much for the valuable training. It was presented well, fun, interesting, interactive. I enjoyed it, it related, I enjoyed it. Very long, but informative. Amazing, learned so much, like the interaction. So you can see that generally peer advisors have a very positive feedback with regards to our training and development opportunities. The word cloud on the screen shows you just some of the reflections that students had with regards to our professional development opportunities as well. They find it valuable. They find that they are supported. They enjoy the learning and they ask for more engagements. We started mapping out what peer advisors' further developmental and training needs are this year. We started asking them as part of our evaluations, and these are just some of the elements that really come up as a need in our peer advisors. They struggle to teach online and they still want assistance with online teaching and student support. There are some mental health challenges with our peer advisor cohort, as well as time management and academic challenges that they have themselves. Our peer advisors also asked us to look into special populations such as disabilities more so that they feel more prepared for their teaching or facilitation role then. They also ask for conflict management skills and communication skills going forward. As part of this reflection, I also asked some of the academic advisors to reflect on our peer advising training. And some of the reflections that came out is that there's a clear understanding of what peer advisors are at the UFS now and a clear differentiation of whose role is what. Peer advisor guide still remains a generic document from 2019, and it's we are looking into then expanding this and differentiating it as well for every peer advisor cohort. Peer advisors are asking for more contact with professional advisors, and at the moment we're looking into maybe doing a form of a mentorship per cohort with professional advisors also to support peer advisors on their journey. Then something that which we have not considered is tracking the actual academic success of our peer advisors as well as then sharing some reflective moments of our student experience when peer advisors serve them. So that is just some research that we would look into going forward. We have also realized that the advising mission needs to be aligned with our peer advisor project, and that peer advising in itself needs a mission statement with objectives itself. So we're looking at going back to the drawing board at the moment and really solidifying the alignment between the UFS advising mission and then our peer advisor mission. Another interesting thing that came out in 2022 is that peer advisors are in need of a quick guide to make student referrals. And we are looking at compiling such a guide for them, which they then can use. Challenges that we have had with the program, low attendance rates, especially online, as well as low completion of certification processes. In order to deal with that, we are now looking at doing asynchronous and synchronous delivery of our training program and allowing peer advisors to select which professional development opportunities they would like to attend. So 2023, we will implement a program which has got a generic selection of professional development opportunities, and an A-step tutor that has been appointed for the past 3 years can then identify learning needs and attend training sessions specific to them. So in closing, this is then the vision of then developing our own timber to create a peer advisor learning path almost where a student starts at first year as a student and is supported by peer advisors. Then moves over into second year to a level 0 peer advisor, assisting in a P3 mentorship program and starting to disseminate information to students. Then moving over to our level 1 peer advisors, then becoming RC, either an RC academics or RC first year or a A-step tutor in the program. Once they've then completed the level 1 training program, the ideal is that they then apply as a UFS teaching assistant as a level 2 peer advisor, then serving more on a developmental basis. And then from there, moving on to our junior advisors or our intern positions, where at the end of the internship, they then have an opportunity to finish the AAPD, which is then our level 3 professional advising training. I'm going to close off this presentation just with a quote from Van der Meer. He said, "Let us grow our own timber by supporting the young and promising students by whatever means are available to us so that they can grow their technical knowledge, expertise and skills, becoming the future professionals of the industry." Thank you.
And we can see the virtual applause in the platform. Thank you so much, Nanette, for that insightful presentation. The comments really, Rebecca saying this was incredibly interesting. Masabata, wow, this was amazing. Really seeing that having an intentional focus on how you develop and advance the profession of academic advising can actually help bring the efforts together, speaking to what Riyashna spoke to earlier, streamlining our efforts, creating those connections, and not even really needing to have a full design of what we're doing. Just applying systems thinking. I think this is indirectly Nanette applying systems thinking to how she develops advisors for the future. So thank you so much for this. And you can see again another colleague indicating the passion is clearly visible. Thank you, Nanette, for that. Colleagues, we have reached 11:32 and we will now segue as indicated into our next presentation. We will not have our comfort break, but maybe while the bios are being read, you can dash if you need a body stretch or a comfort break, you can dash, but we will listen to our next presentation. You literally have 2 minutes because they will be starting soon. And our next presentation is again from the University of Witwatersrand, and this time we will be hearing from Razia Musa and Marika. Their presentation is titled Academic Community Building as Integral to Student Success. We will listen now to the bios of our two presenters and segue immediately into their presentation. So over to Zandi to read for us the bios of our two presenters.
Razia Musa is the Head of Academic Support at the University of the Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, and the Vice President of ELETSA, the Professional Association for Advisors in South Africa. She holds a Master of Science and a Master of Education, as well as a certificate in academic advising. She played a leading role in institutionalizing advising at WITS and convenes a community of practice for advisors. Her research interests are in student success, academic advising, evidence-based practice, and program evaluation. Ms. Marika holds a Master's in Language Studies, as well as certificates in academic advising and teaching English as a foreign language. She is currently the Academic Skills Development Coordinator in the Science Teaching and Learning Unit at WITS. Her focus and research interests are linked to helping students acquire academic literacies, research literacies, and grapple with aspects of academic integrity, support writing intensive lectures with embedded AL in their courses, and to develop initiatives in student support. Her PhD research focuses on the disciplinary identity for formation of postgraduate students through writing practices. Thank you.
Okay, Marika, while you set up, I'll just start the presentation. Good morning, everyone, once again. Our presentation is in two parts. I'll start the presentation and then Marika will continue, and somewhere through the presentation I'll come back in. But what I wanted to tell you today was that when we thought about doing the seminar today, we asked ourselves, what is it that we can do that can actually add value to academic advising? And what can we share that would be really valuable for our audience? And so we thought about academic integrity. And the reason for this is that over the past 2 years, and particularly last year, it's become very important in our institution to build a community of students who understand academic integrity. And that's important for student success. So what we're going to be doing today is that we are going to be speaking about academic integrity as the ideal, first of all. And then we're going to move off into the reality, which is the thou shalt not, which is currently where we are. I think that it's also important for us, and we're going to be sharing with you who it is that builds the bridges. And then how it is that academic advising can be used as the bridge. Today, Marika is also going to be demystifying academic integrity in advising particularly, and then we're going to conclude with reflections and the way forward. And I'd like to hand over now to Marika to start the presentation.
Thank you so much, Razia. So as Razia mentioned, it might seem a little bit left field that we're talking about academic integrity at this point. And if you're listening to my bio as well, you would see that my focus is mostly writing, although I work in the academic advising sphere as well. And that's also why we thought of talking about this today, because there is quite a lot of overlap between these two fields, and we have a tendency to keep things separate. So today is more a bit of a conceptual talk where we talk about what could possibly happen and how to possibly move forward from the situation we find ourselves in right now. So we want, when we talk about academic integrity, we try to focus on the institution as this idyllic place where knowledge is built, and we work together, and we're very open and etc. about how we work with knowledge and building information and community and going forward. But these principles are sometimes a little bit difficult for students to access, not because they are difficult concepts like honesty, trust, fairness, respect. They're pretty straightforward concepts, but a part of the problem is that a lot of these types of things that we're talking about, and previous presenters talked about it as well, is that a lot of this is implicit. We never explicitly unpack these things for students. Students have a tendency to see a policy that says if you plagiarize or cheat or whatever, you'll go for a disciplinary, and the most terrible thing that can happen to you is getting expelled. So we don't talk about integrity as a concept that is something that is important, not just for students, but for universities and for knowledge building and production and for working together. And we have a tendency, or policies at the moment have a tendency to focus on the fact that if you do something wrong, we're going to punish you for it. And that is quite problematic, because academic integrity, as a lot of academic integrity scholars like Sokak says, is academic integrity as a concept only makes sense when it is shared by a community and applicable within that community. So at this point, we're feeling that there's not a lot of community building for, and platforms for students to discuss academic integrity. Rather, the image they are shared with or confronted with is this: thou shalt not. And unfortunately, what I'm sharing with you on the screen right now is something that did go out from our institution to students now a few weeks ago, regarding reminding students to follow the principles of academic integrity during exam time. And the screenshot you're seeing right now was the first page, the first top part of the page of that document. And the first thing students see when they open it is, are you a liar, a cheat, or a thief? And this is unfortunately a very terrible thing to do during exam time, because it creates extra stress and anxiety for students. But what's also quite problematic about this is the adversarial positioning of students. They're positioned as, we are going to catch you. You're going to do something wrong and we're going to catch you. So there's no educational, slant to it. There's no way of learning about it. It's just, you should just stay in your lane, don't do anything wrong, otherwise you're going to get punished. And in some cases, severely punished, like being expelled from university. So this is a very problematic thing, because when we're talking about academic integrity, it's about sharing, and sharing in the correct ways. If we are writing, to draw on other people's research, give them credit for that. All of those types of ways of working with knowledge, even when we're writing exams, sharing knowledge that we've learned, giving it back in an exam or an assignment or an essay, that is showing a certain way of knowledge production and working with information. And that's incredibly important. But if we don't give that opportunity to shape those things, we're kind of stuck. So then we get to this question, and I've unfortunately seen it at our institution, a little bit of academic integrity hot potato, in the sense that nobody completely wants to take responsibility. Yes, the university council is there, it has policy, there's legal teams, etc. But when we get closer down to the bottom in inverted commas of the hierarchy, to where academic developers and students, etc., where we are functioning, what are we supposed to do? Is this the responsibility of the writing practitioners, or if you have academic literacy courses, is that their responsibility? Is it the responsibility of lecturers to teach these things to students? Is it the responsibility of academic advisors to talk to students about these types of things? Is it the responsibility of class reps or student councils to talk with students about these types of things? And at this point, there isn't any clear structures. And instead of seeing it as a problem, I think we should see it as an opportunity. So the question we have to ask is, so who builds this bridge for students? Whose responsibility is it to build the bridge for students from the current reality of thou shalt not to something that more closely resembles the ideal of knowledge sharing and knowledge production in an open and free space? So the question, the easy answer, of course, to this is everyone should be involved. And I completely agree. But as with everything, if we're talking about a bridge as a metaphor, it's not just one person building the bridge. There's an architect, there's builders, there's et cetera, there's a lot of people. So my question then is, in what way can academic advisors help build that bridge, bridge from the non-ideal to something that more closely resembles the ideal? And here I'm just quickly going to hand back to Razia.
So as academic endeavors, what we wanted to look at was to see how it is that we could look at advising and integrity, because they are both central to student success. So we looked at the commonalities between advising and integrity, and we found that academic culture was common to both. We found that student support was common to both. And then we looked at where the intersections were in terms of student life and student behavior. And we felt that in terms of building this community, we wanted to look at academic advising as the bridge. So Marika, over to you just to elaborate.
Thanks so much, Razia. So what we saw as well here as an opportunity is that the relationship between an advisor and a student, or an advisor and a group of students, is a little bit more personal and safe. It can be a place to talk about dishonesty and misconduct and to find out more about something without actually, you know, in inverted commas, committing academic misconduct. It's about talking what could possibly happen and discuss how things, what could be ramifications in certain ways. And so in this way, you can unpack implicit aspects of academic culture, and in that way demystify, to a certain extent, academic integrity through just discussions, or what we've tried thus far is no stakes games and scenarios. So I'm just going to share one with you. So this is just a screenshot of one of the scenarios that we've used with students. So these were workshops that were run in person, but we used Kahoot as a clicker for students. So what we did here is we provided this scenario and provided 4 options for students to pick from as to what they would do. But the point of scenarios, of course, is that not one of them was an ideal solution to the scenario. So everything had something that might be useful, something that might not be useful. And because we wanted to create this no-stakes environment, we used Kahoot because it allows students to put in their own names. So what we did was actually quite a lot of fun. We told students, we just want you to use a pseudonym. You're not going to put in your real name or your student number, so that we cannot track you in any way to say, oh, but so-and-so said I should just do this or change the references around so it doesn't look like plagiarism or whatever the case might be. So we created a safe space where students could voice their opinions, say what they think is the best option. And after each one of these scenarios, we unpacked it as a group together and to discuss why option A was maybe better than option C, or why this would not work. And then we brought it into discussion with current policies at the university to say, okay, we should try this or we should try that, or what would happen with the current policies we have if something like this happened. And it created quite a rich discussion between students. And it came through really strongly in the feedback that we received. So these are just screenshots from Kahoot that the students gave us feedback on. And I just want to draw attention to things like this one here, where students said, it's nice to hear or see my colleagues' responses to different scenarios. And that was communicated here as well. Discussions are so important. There's no one right answer, rather the answer is multifaceted and scenario specific. Always communicate with someone. experienced if in doubt to prevent problems. So they through this intervention, what came through strongly was that firstly students are still sitting alone, thinking about and worrying about things like academic integrity, or whether they should be doing this or should be doing that. And by hearing their colleagues, their classmates' discussions about it was something that helped them understand the topic better. And I think that is quite important for community building and for learning together. And I feel that this is something that we really need to think about, because students need to think about different things. They need a supportive environment to talk about aspects that they're struggling with, but they also need to hear from others. They need to hear from their classmates. They need to understand these types of things in different ways and understand that it is quite multifaceted. So this is just one way of going about it. So I'm going to end off with a few questions to the group, because for us, we are still also trying to figure it out. What are the ways forward? How can we make academic integrity aspects explicit and a support structure for students in advising? So how do we move forward? What role can we as advisors play in developing communities of integrity at our universities? And then my last question, and it kind of links with what Gugu and Nanette has also talked about, is we don't have the time and we don't have the human resources and capacity to always start something from scratch. So whose responsibility is it? And if it is something that is important to a body like ELETSA or somewhere else, how can we work together to support students with academic integrity? Thank you so much for listening to us. And if anybody has any ideas that they would like to share with us, or experiences in their own institutions regarding advising, it would be lovely to hear from you. Thank you so much.
I think it is worth noting these reflective points. And if I can ask Marik, if you can keep those 3 questions you ended off with on the screen, and that we could have a bit of a conversation around that, colleagues, because I think for me, the first thing that comes to mind is academic integrity is both a behavior and a skill. Now, if we take what Irene spoke to a bit earlier on, is it something we need to concretize as a question we saw? Is it a skill that we need to concretize as advisors? Is it a behavior that we need to keep repeating and helping students perfect or master as they move through the spaces? But at what point do we introduce it, and how do we introduce it? So maybe if I could take a chance at asking Nanette, is there a space that she sees from her presentation that academic integrity could be underpinned or informed or incorporated into any of the peer advisor professional development? Because as we've seen, if she recognizes that a student moves from being a first-year student and progresses or transitions to being a peer advisor, as a mentor and so forth, and embedding those skills in that, is the peer advising space potentially a space to introduce the concept of academic integrity, and that from peer to peer the academic integrity conversations start up that students can then practice and then advisors emphasize? Can I ask Nanette that you go first and just share with us what your thoughts are?
I would say that the peer advising space could, particularly in the UFSS space, maybe be an introductory area for integrity as well. I think what's important with this topic is just that one monitors how the skills are being transferred from peer advisor to student. But definitely something that one could look into.
Great, thanks, Nanette. Can I then ask, Riashna, in your presentation, you were talking about systems thinking and looking at existing structures or existing components within the institution that one could build from. Thinking about this conversation and linking it to your presentation earlier on, is there a space, Marika reflected on the different structures that exist in the institution and really it being a hot potato of academic integrity? Is there perhaps a space within the systems thinking when you consider systems thinking and where this could be placed? If you could share your thoughts perhaps where you think this could be placed.
Yeah, so absolutely, you know, in this particular case, what would be essentially, so you have a challenge, right? So you have a challenge you're trying to resolve, which is the issue of students understanding academic integrity, and also how do you explicitly, if we take academic development language into this, how do you explicitly convey this capacity to students, this understanding? So that would be, in a sense, the purpose of the various supports that you would have, I have to identify. You would then look at, for example, what are the components or the spaces in which we teach this to students? So in terms of a writing center is one space in which we would teach this to students. In our courses, of course, so there would be a staff development component to that. And then as an institution, how do we message academic integrity to students? So those are just three components that I'm thinking of right now. I mean, there's also the postgraduate spaces as well. So in that sense, you then you've identified your components. You need to decide what is your overarching purpose. And then you would go and look at each of those components and think about how do each of those impart, and what is the, in a sense, curriculum of each of those projects in imparting that particular learning objective to students. And from there, I think one would get a sense of, so is our philosophy aligned? Are we making an impact? Or how one would develop a monitoring and evaluation against that, I'm not sure. But certainly an interaction between those components in terms of developing an institutional philosophy and mandate around the work, I think, would be something that you would interrogate. And so that's just a quick response to that question. Thanks, Gugu.
Excellent.
Hope that helps.
Thanks, Rashna. I think it does, for me, respond to particularly the first two blocks. You know, how do we move forward? What role can advisors play? And then, you know, is it the responsibility of individuals really looking at it? So perhaps we could now marry the two of systems thinking and this conversation of academic integrity and having it as a community of practice conversation in our institutions. So thank you so much, Rashna, for giving us a bit of a structure on how to move forward. Very helpful. I would like to hear, Margaret, I don't know if you're on the call, if you could share from an international perspective at Millersville and from what you know around what is happening globally with academic advising. You know, where do we place academic integrity conversations? How can advisors contribute to ensuring academic integrity is upheld or taught to the students, both behaviorally and as a skill? Margaret, I don't know if you're here.
No, it's Irene. I just wanted to add something because when you're advising a student, values are very important. And with that comes integrity. The students have to understand that integrity is part of life. And that's, I think, where we advisors can come in. We may not specifically put it as academic integrity, but how honest are you in life? How honest are you with your work? And of course, there are skills to understand what, as Marika mentioned, what academic integrity is. Is it, if I share my work with you, does it mean, and how do you change that? I need to share information with you, but how do I do that without compromising academic integrity? So, but at the end of the day, from our side, we need to start talking to our students the power of integrity, or the value integrity, what it means. Because I tell my students, you have to be honest, you have to be disciplined. What values are you carrying as a person? Because that determines what you become. So if you are used to understanding the value of the integrity as a value which is very powerful, then you think twice before just copying things and putting them there. So I think there we can come in from that angle, even if it's not purely academic.
Excellent indeed. Thank you so much for ending that conversation, Irene. And I know Razia and some colleagues that have formed part of a special interest group in ELETSA are starting to talk about, the ethical standards of advising, and perhaps from those ethical standards we could look at how those are then taught to the students or how they embedded into our practices. So I think we have exciting times ahead of us. Marika and Razia have sparked that interest again for us, but I think looking forward to what will transpire of that, and really perhaps bringing in the notion of systems thinking into such a notion. And of course, from your experience and what you're arguing, Irene, in this conversation, is that it is part of the conversations. It's ongoing. It's a behavioral, continuous process that we need to cultivate in our practice as advisors, so that students can leverage and learn from that. So colleagues, thank you so much. At this moment, I would like to switch us over into the last presentation before our lunch break. It forms part of the last conversations of presenters. We will then have the panel discussion after lunch and our closing keynote. And on that note then, I'm going to take us into a conversation and invite Kitumezi Poon, who will then present to us on the role of online synchronous advising support for success, and looking through the lens of the University of the Free State experience. I will hand over now to Zandi to read the bio of Kitumezi. Thank you.
Kitumezi Rose Boone by birth, preferred name Kate. Born and raised in Mafikeng, in the Northwest Province. She graduated with the Bachelor of Social Sciences Honours in Psychology and currently completing studies in a PG Dip in Higher Education. A senior academic advisor at the Centre for Teaching and Learning in the University of the Free State, supporting the faculties of Education and Theology and Religion. She's an amateur podcaster. She loves books, mostly autobiographies, having insightful conversations, and she's passionate about mental health and wellness. The purpose of her presentation is to share best practice to advance scholarship in the field of academic advising with the experience of the University of the Free State. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for that warm welcome. So I have already greeted all the colleagues earlier for the morning. I will now greet you for the afternoon. So good afternoon, colleagues. I have just been sitting here and thinking of how this day started. And I know now for sure that Grace has located us all this morning or today. And I hope you're all doing well in your respective environments. I just want to put a disclaimer and share that I went home this past weekend, actually spent my long weekend rather, back home with my family. And while preparing for this presentation, I was just sharing with my family how this is my big girl presentation, as I was referring to it. And I refer to it as a big girl presentation because I think I share the same sentiments that Ninette shared earlier as well, in saying it was quite daunting putting together this presentation. And I felt a bit intimidated, like I didn't even know what I was doing. However, we are here now. And so please give me some grace as well, and be kind. And I really hope that my presentation and my reflection will actually make sense. So if at any point I lose you, I think that is where then the Q&A section will be an opportunity to provide you with some clarity on where I would have missed you in the presentation. So when I look at the overview or reflecting on my experience with online synchronous support in advising, I will look at the definition of academic advising and the project's objectives. I will then look at the theory or literature that informs the project, as well as mention or just reflect on the strategies that I deployed, then including or inclusive of the timelines, the evaluations and the impact that and feedback that I received from students, as well as the lessons learned, which I hope will serve as recommendations as well. When I look at the definition of academic advising, a personal objective that I hold is to really ensure that students are supported and are well holistically. So ensuring that their personal, academic, and career aspirations are in alignment, and that students are actually able to stay on track, with the ultimate goal being that they achieve graduation success and beyond. So through every advising interaction with students, I want to ensure that I assist them with academic pathway planning, navigating university transition, progressing, and equipping them with overall academic and wellness success strategies. In looking at the alignment between the Synchronous Advising Sessions project as well as the advising definition, the Synchronous Academic Advising Sessions was a project that actually started or was birthed in 2021 or ran in 2021 rather, and it was inclusive of initiatives that were pivoted to support students under remote learning. So it actually came from the e-advising strategy that we came up with as an advising team in 2020 in an attempt to offer students continued support under the current or the realities that actually started as a result of COVID-19. The project was in the form of group interventions, such as workshops, also workshops offered to residences, Q&A sessions, which were happened in the form of conversations, as well as student advising dialogues, which provided thorough platform, which were provided, through platforms such as Skype for Business and Blackboard Collaborate. So the project at its core aimed to really ensure that we offer students support and flexible access to resources for their holistic success. Like I said, to provide them with academic success strategies that they would have required or that they required to enhance their academic journey to graduation, and ensuring that we help them establish a holistic sense of belonging to the UFS. So it was important that as the advising team here at the Center for Teaching and Learning, we approach online advising with the same process and methodology as we would our face-to-face sessions and engagements with our students, while keeping in mind that there's still the unique needs and limitations that our students presented with. So we followed a fully remote online learning approach with low-tech initiatives where possible, and the following were the objectives of the project. We wanted to ensure that as a result of the students engaging in our group in initiatives, they'll be able to combat feelings of isolation and the frustration that came with remote learning. They'd be able to develop study skills, time management strategies, prepping for exams, taking notes, and other study strategies that you can think of. They would further be able to identify and connect with appropriate campus support and resources to enhance critical thinking, writing, or other academic skills. Colleagues earlier spoke about academic integrity. Perhaps that could have also been one of the themes there, or one of the skills included there. Lastly, we hoped that students would actively develop a social support system to establish a sense of institutional belonging, a sense of responsibility, and a sense of commitment. When looking at supporting literature or theory that informed this project, I borrowed from Gordon's self-assessment framework, which was one of the theories that I looked at when planning on how to execute some of the group or most of the group initiatives under this project. I wanted to be very intentional about using a flipped advising process and a flipped advising approach, where I was able to provide or utilize multimedia resources that spoke not only to the relevant needs of the students, but as well as making sure that the learning objectives of the project are actually in alignment with the needs of our students. So some examples that Gordon would provide in his framework that I utilized in the initiatives or in the planning of the initiatives was, for instance, providing students with some exercises or an exercise that they needed to complete with a few questions, 3 at most, before engaging in conversations a day before leading to the initiative. So asking a student about their experiences or any opinions that would have been relevant to the theme of what the session would be about. Secondly, was telling a student what to expect when engaging in the session. So a short email where students would know that this is what the workshop or the synchronous session would provide, and telling them what the themes of the session will cover. That is sometimes also would have been, this would sometimes also been included in some of the posters that we would use to market the initiative and just provide an idea to the students of what the sessions would look like. Lastly, something that this happened or would only happen as the session actually happens was doing a quick social check-in with the students at the beginning of the session or the beginning of the workshop, and asking the student, for instance, what was new or interesting in their lives, what their holiday plans were after they write exams during vacation, because we wanted, or I wanted to avoid creating an awkward moment when the students would be trickling in and you're waiting for the online session to start. So as you simply would in a physical or in a face-to-face setting where a workshop would happen. Furthermore, literature that I also went through revealed a few things. Firstly, being the importance of students having the essential skills that could ease the feelings of isolation and frustration with remote learning. While providing one-on-one support through telephonic advising appointments, we also recognize that the need for group interventions was some of the really common themes that emerged through various student interactions. And we noticed or realized that it was really important for students to learn with their peers and to engage in group initiatives outside of having one-on-one advising appointments with us. And because student engagement basically birthed academic advising at the UFS, it was important for me to also just quickly reflect on the data that presented and touched on blended learning and student engagement. And I also wanted to just highlight some of the student engagement data that was collected in 2019, which revealed that collaborative learning was actually one of the most engaging ways in which students best learn. On the screen, however, we also have some qualitative reflections from students that was collected in 2020 through the Student Access to and Use of Learning Materials survey, and students were reflecting on the benefits of learning with their peers. So for instance, reiterating again what literature showed, the third reflection saying, you feel very isolated and alone when you do the work at home, as opposed to being in class with your fellow classmates. In terms of the strategies deployed, I will start with my reflection on the group workshops. So the group workshops were workshops that we piloted, that we pivoted or conducted and presented to students in the relevant residences that are found on the Bloemfontein campus. So Nanette referred earlier to the RC academics, which are peer advisors who are responsible for communicating with us whenever they would like to request for workshops. And on the screen, the graph below, the graph on the screen indicates that these are the workshop request themes that we received in both the first and the second semester. And when we look at these graphs, I can also share that we received a total of 23 workshops and from the 17 of the residences on the campus, and with a total of 847 students that attended. On the screen, it is also safe to see that most of the requested themes from the first semester and the second semester in total were exam preparation, study strategies, academic stress management, as well as time management. And notice that there is a decline in the red bars, which indicate or reflect attendance that was challenged, attendance that was experienced in the second semester. The second graph on the screen also reflects on attendance according to the themes that also were presented in the year last year. So in both the first and the second semester, there was a great decline in the attendance of the students. However, we see that throughout the year last year, a lot of the students, or majority of our students, really attended the exam preparation theme workshops. From here, I made an observation to say that we can tell, or we can assume, that students were quite anxious about assessments and what the assessments would actually look like in an online learning environment. Moving on to a Q&A sessions, which happened in the form of conversations. As I said, this is a typical poster that we presented, or we provided, and used to market the first round of conversations that we had last year, which would look on assisting students to reflect and bring in that motivation that they would that would have declined, or that would have decreased in the first semester. And this was an initiative we had early in the second semester. So this was hosted using Skype for Business, and the students had to book in advance in order for them to attend the session. You can also see that the sessions allowed the students to actually attend in their respective, according to their respective faculties, and they would be in designated groups, knowing that they each belong to the same faculty, also emphasizing the need for community and feeling like there's a sense of belonging. In the booking, 33 students in total booked. However, 18 of the students attended the session. On the slide on the screen, we would then, at the end of each session, ask the students these two questions in order for them to reflect on how they experienced the session. So with the last 5 minutes of the session, this is what we would ask the students. If they found the session valuable, and what would they do, and what would they change going forward in ensuring that they would keep themselves focused on their goals and to stay motivated. So just to pick out one of the reflections that the students shared, the students said they did find the session valuable because they got to know that they can actually alter their goals if they don't achieve them, or achieve the ones that they had set in the first semester. And in answering how they would change this, they said managing their time better and spending more time on the modules that they found difficult. The last reflection that I would just like to share is related to the second question, is where the student said mindset reframing and looking at the negative thoughts and turning those into positive thoughts about their schoolwork. The second round of conversations, or the Q&A sessions, was then hosted on Blackboard Collaborate. And with this one in particular, the students were all in a group or workshop setting, and not necessarily in the respective faculties. From this, students were still required to make a booking. However, from the students that booked, which was 44, only 15 of the students attended the session. And because of online learning and all the challenges that presented, only 3 of the students provided us with feedback by completing the evaluation, as you see on the screen currently. So these were the 2, or the 3 students rather, that provided us with feedback on this particular question, which says, did the conversation actually meet your expectation? And with this slide, I just want to highlight the last part of each reflection that each student shared. The first student said they learned how crucial sleep was, or sleep is. And the second student then also shared the importance of taking care of their body and their entire physical being, which for me were 2 things that really stood out. Additionally, I'm not also going to spend a lot of time on the slide, but I also want to add that in addition to the synchronous advising sessions that we had online to support our students, we also offered asynchronous support to students by actually developing a range of online workshops on the Articulate Rise platform on academic and wellness success skills that students engage in at their own pace. From this, students could develop healthy habits and reach academic success. We then created 8 of these courses that students would then be presented at the end with an opportunity to book an appointment with an advisor if they felt that they weren't really successful or needed further reinforcement of the skills after engaging with the courses. And getting to my lessons learned, which I said would serve as recommendations, looking at the first two, which speak to resources as well as accessibility and the ease of use for our students, I would recommend that advisors should anticipate technical and user problems when arranging or whenever arranging initiatives that require us to use technology. When students have difficulty with audio or their screens are frozen, for instance, this happened to me earlier, the barrier that the students perceive and they experience actually increases their frustration. And having a backup plan, such as the student's phone number close by, and knowing how to use the chat option, for instance, can really help us as advisors to adjust to the technical difficulties and problems that we may experience. Third on the slide is attendance being dependent on a lot of variables. So I also reflected on how we had a challenge with attendance when conducting the online synchronous sessions. And this was due to a lot of factors. Students had a death, for instance, in their families due to COVID-19. Students had software and practical engagement challenges. Students sometimes experienced a lack of self-directed learning. And lastly, other challenges that came up were related to connectivity. And connectivity, not just in the electrical or electricity sense or internet connections. However, there was also academic social connectivity lack that was presented, where students felt they did not have direct contact and mentorship from their academic mentors. Towards the second semester, another reflection that I pointed out was that students may require group initiatives that are more intimate and are actually individualized. So even though it really helps them to be in a group setting, however, a workshop format, especially towards the end of the semester or towards the second semester, where they're feeling really isolated and motivation is low, they really still want that support to be individualized and to be more intimate in their settings. Lastly, in order to harness technologies that promote advising as teaching, we're required as advisors to find creative efforts and new ways of thinking. So identifying any new skills or knowledge that we can equip ourselves with to ensure that we provide teaching or learning and teaching environments that are rich for our students to learn and still gain resources and skills. In closing, I'll reflect on, or I will just share this quote that I picked in some of the articles that I was reading. Students will appreciate and value your efforts to connect with them. Look for their feedback in their email responses. Look for a lift in their voices or smiles on their faces, because this feedback will help you to know the positive impact you're making in the lives of your online students. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kate, for those reflective and insightful practitioners' reflections that you've shared in your presentations. I think learning from where we're transitioning to in the sector, in the system, it brings a lot of thoughts for us in terms of what can we bring into our practice, a lot of ideas that we can try, adapt and adopt again into our different spaces, and also most importantly, remembering to keep the student at the core or at the center of our work. Colleagues, I'm going to open at this moment for any questions or comments that you might have for Kate in terms of what she's done as a practitioner, how she's implemented, what reflections she has. If you don't mind just dropping some comments in the chat or just simply raising your hand and I'll recognize you and you can gladly ask Kate some questions. I think what for me it has brought about is using additional means of not just having those one-on-one interactions with students, but making provisions via multiple channels or multiple means of expression for students to be supported, but also affording students the opportunity to have conversations and most importantly, learn those behaviors success, and those skills we have identified as being critical for success. So I don't know if there's any comments, questions for Kate, colleagues? I think from my side, well done. And I think we look forward to looking at more of the work that you will be doing in this space, taking from the lessons you've learned, aligning things much better. Thank you so much. I see a comment in the chat from Riyashna saying connectivity and its relationship to student belonging was especially difficult through a digital medium. Will be an important issue to mitigate as advisors, and that's so true, Riyashna, that we keep that at the back of our minds. You know, Wits spoke to us about the type of students, the type of student they serve. How do they keep in the back of their mind what happens to the type of student when they when they're confronted by their psychosocial challenges? How do we help students navigate that? Even bringing in the notion of motivation. How do you embed that into getting a student that is frustrated, into this space, seeing the positive side in this? I think for me, another thing that came up, or a reflection that I can really weave together, is looking at motivation workshops that were requested. Looking at motivation is truly a continuous process, as Irene presented. Students from Kate's initiative, we're seeing that students requested a workshop both in the first and the second semester with about 58 attendees. That could have been one-on-one engagements as well, where motivation needs to be re-emphasized or rehashed for the students. So thank you so much. And I think we're seeing here that in different contexts, this comes up for the student. Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions or comments, just likes. But from my side, I also want to say congratulations and thank you to Kate on that. Colleagues, in the absence of any other questions or comments, we have reached a moment, 12:26, where we will then be taking our break at 12:30. I want to thank our colleagues from the three institutions, namely the University of Witwatersrand, the University of Cape Town, and the University of the Free State, for sharing their perspectives. We're seeing that things have been trial and error. Things have been moments of scholarly reflection, taking international best practices and contextualizing them for our different spaces. And I really, truly look forward to hearing more voices from advisors as we continue holding such seminars annually, that we hear from institutions that are starting up. What have they used to start up? What practices, what frameworks, what lessons have they learned? Because we're all at different junctures in the development of advising at our different institutions. So from my side, I really want to thank the colleagues for the scholarly and reflective propositions and reflections shared this morning. The reflections from our practitioners contributing to the refinement of our practice. And most importantly, I think from all 5 presentations we've heard from this morning, for me, what I'm taking is that student behaviors and student skills or success skills are at the core of our roles and responsibilities and advisors. And I trust that we will take this as reflective conversations going forward into our institutions. And through the collaborative grant, we now have 14 institutions participating, where we will look at how this is. And for the other 12 institutions, you will all get allied membership or institutional membership rather, for your institutions to be members of NACADA, that we broaden our knowledge base and hear from global colleagues what is happening on the academic advising front. So really exciting work taking place. Every institution in South Africa will hold an institutional membership to NACADA, and I hope we will be able to participate in those engagements. So from my side, I want to thank the presentations. We're going to take a 30-minute break. We will be back live again at 1 o'clock for our panel discussion, where we will hear from some colleagues in the space that we've served and are serving. And most importantly, then we will hear then our closing keynote from Dr. Margaret at 2 o'clock, who will then close the seminar for us. And on that note, I want to say enjoy your lunch and stay safe till we meet again at 1 o'clock. Thank you, colleagues. And welcome back. I trust everyone enjoyed that quick lunch break. It felt like 30 minutes would go by quite slowly, but it was a dash over 30 minutes. I hope those that need a coffee got some coffee, body breaks, and everything else, you got that time to do just that. We are entering the last segment of our seminar this afternoon. And that will be the panel discussion or reflection, and then our closing keynote. So in terms of our panel discussion, what will happen is we have 3 guests that will form part of the panel. 2 from the University of Cape Town and 1 from the University of the Free State. And I have 4 questions that I've prepared for them. They will respond each to those questions. If you have any inputs or responses to those questions, you're also more than welcome as the panel and attendees to add your conversations to the chat function. I will read them as we go along, but I would really like us to have the voices of our panelists heard and provide for us a moment of reflection. The last segment will be our presentation, our closing keynote that will be delivered by Dr. Mbindio. We've already tested sound with her. Those that didn't leave the room during our testing sound over lunch, you would have heard or seen us on camera testing everything. So I do believe at 3 o'clock we will be wrapping up, and that will be the end of our seminar. And of course, for some, we will meet again tomorrow during the Siyaphumelela conference. Just a side note announcement, the Siyaphumelela Network is offering a sitting for the Academic Advising Short Learning Program, which will be offered on the 3rd to the 6th of October. 2 participants per institution. So if your institution is a Siyaphumelela partner or participant institution, please feel free to look forward to that conversation to nominate 2 participants from your institution. The sitting will take place face-to-face. We will be in Johannesburg. The institution would just need to cover the travel and accommodation for those participants, but in terms of tuition fees, that is sponsored by the Siyaphumelela Network. So that is just my side note before we wrap up the sessions for this afternoon, and then we will meet again. So in terms of the panel discussion, we don't have a specific theme. We are trying to cultivate a culture and a practice as well as profession for academic advising that enables student persistence, retention, and ultimately success. So on our panel this morning, I've already indicated we have Luna August, Simbarashe, and Nanette, who will be our panelists. I will ask that the bios be read to us, that we just familiarize ourselves with them, and I will then get back with you, and we'll have all 3 panelists on camera as soon as their bio is done. So perhaps while your bio is being read, if I may please ask that you put your camera on so that you are placed on the screen as your bio is being read. Thank you.
As a learning designer for the Academic Development Program at the University of Cape Town. She has a track record for participatory learning, design in the student leadership and governance space, and facilitating inclusive learning experiences in the theater, dance, and performance tutorial space. Luna has an honors in theater and performance, specializing in applied theater, and is a woman of transgender experience. Nanette Okamp joined the academic advising team at the University of the Free State in July 2015. She serves as a CTL academic advisor for natural and agricultural sciences. She also leads advising projects in senior student advising and UFS peer advising. Her passion is the professional development of peer and professional academic advisors, and she is also involved with the Professional Development Program, the AAPD, at the University of the Free State. She holds a B Psychology degree, honors in Industrial Psychology, and is currently completing her master's degree in Industrial Psychology at the UFS. She currently holds registration as an independent counselor and intern industrial psychologist with the Health Professions Council of South Africa. She aims to use her expertise in industrial psychology to aid in creating professional development pathways for academic advisors in South Africa. Her advising philosophy includes a developmental process where students learn to create their futures, apply success strategies in their studies, and become employable, responsible citizens who can add lasting value to their profession. And Simbarashe is a final year chemical engineering student at UCT. He is a Pambili peer advisor and has a great passion for renewable and sustainable energy. Simba has been a student peer advisor in many roles, including being an orientation leader, which included making sure that incoming first-year students feel safe and included. Pambili is a peer-facilitated academic advising program for academic recovery. In this role, he works with groups of students from his faculty by leading monthly interactive sessions designed to make students aware of the resources they have access to and help them tap into their academic potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those bios. We've now familiarized ourselves with the names and what the roles are of our panelists. And at this moment, I'd like all three of them to join me on camera so that we can engage in a conversation this afternoon. I wish I had a nice big couch so that we could have a nice conversation over a cup of coffee. I didn't look like anyone has a cup of coffee, but I do hope we can continue the conversations without me having that couch next to me right now. So in terms of the first question that I have, and welcome, you guys look beautiful. Nanette, I would like you to please first respond to the first question that I have for you. And I'd like you to reflect on your first semester, reflecting on your first encounter of academic advising. What were your initial thoughts, and what has been your lived experience since? And this could be either as a student or as a professional, whenever you first encountered academic advising. Could we please hear from you what your thoughts or your experiences were of that?
Thank you, Gugu. I couldn't help when you asked this question to go back to my own first year as a student, when there was no academic advisors on campus. Now, this was just after Noah's Ark. And because there was no academic advising, I ended up having 13 modules in my first semester and 11 in the second. However, I was reintroduced to advising in 2015 when I started as an academic advisor. And I remember the first day when I started as an academic advisor, I was told to read. And for the first 2 months, the more I read, the more confused I got. I asked myself, where does academic advising fit into the institution? And for me, I could not work out whether this is module codes and curriculum planning or whether it is actually some abstract concept that I still need to understand. But now, after being in academic advising for 7 years, I understand that academic advising is really the heart of student well-being and student success. And there is really no single element in the higher education institution where you can exclude academic advising, which also takes you to the importance of academic advising as an office or center to just tie together all the support services that is available for students and all the resources so that students can, in the end, achieve academic success.
Dating back from Noah's Ark to the present, quite an interesting reflection and experience that you had. Simba, you now are a Pambili peer advisor. How, why, what did it mean? What has your experience been?
Okay, so basically I got introduced to Pambili to peer advising this year, and I could not understand how they can be something like general self-development program or successful academic recovery program, because I only believed that like academic tools could lead to academic recovery. So I couldn't link how academic advising could help actually in. But then I ended up joining the Pambili peer advising program. And then in my role, I actually started to get some positive results on my own end as my leadership skills, also critical thinking skills improved, as well as communication. And this helped me to maximize on my academic studies as well. So I felt like it's something that I didn't understand initially how it was going to help me. But then during the experience, I realized that I was actually helping others maximize on their own academic potential while just helping myself at the same time. And I really like the way that it's like a community and an environment, professional setting where you work as a team and then you positively impact each other in a university. And I think that from the experience that I've had, the program is positive, is yielding positive results. Thank you.
Thanks, Simba. Thank you. So you reflecting on how it's contributed to your own development. So again, colleagues, taking us back to a conversation we had earlier when we opened the seminar, when we were listening to the presenters. It has motivated, it has ensured development of an individual and a self, but also affording a space to render that for other students in his peer cohort. So thank you. Very interesting progression from wandering, being an inquisitive peer to suddenly being a professional peer, in your own right. So thank you for sharing your experience. Luna, if I can ask you the same question, what was your experience? What is still your experience of advising?
Awesome. So, yeah, my experience my first encounter of advising was actually a very, very fleeting one. But when I think back to it, I did most of the work myself in that process. It was during registration, and I remember filling out the forms with the forms with my courses before getting to the advisor. And then at that stage, the advisor only checked that I am taking courses that I meet the prerequisites for. I didn't encounter any snags there, and the advisor then signed off on my form, and I went to the next registration session. So even there, it was just like a sign off and go process. So in my tacit understanding of the word advising, no actual advising took place, because the process was a bit mechanized, almost felt like a factory, but understanding the volumes of students that go through the registration hall and the number of students that need to go through that bureaucratic process. Yeah, I think that it felt a bit like a factory, when in fact that first encounter should be the one that the greatest care should have gone into. And then my lived experience of advising continued to be like that because I knew systems and I knew institutional processes. So by the time I got to the registration venue, every time the advisors only had to look that I was doing the correct things and sign off on it. And basically, I had to conscientize myself to institutional processes because at the time I didn't know which offices to go to for help and stuff like that. After I could undergo that conscientization, and by virtue of my involvement in student leadership, I could summarize my experience of advising as being embedded mainly in me getting to know the institution, and that I had to reach that level of institutional knowledge myself.
Sure. There was just some intermittent breaks in your response, Luna, but very, very thought-provoking reflection that you're sharing there. That one, as is, you had to conscientize yourself through the processes. And, we've always advocated for advising to be a developmental process or practice and not necessarily being a checkbox factory. I like the factory analogy that you used, but I think in some instances, we are failing the students. But it's very interesting to hear that what element that enhanced your understanding or your experience of advising is being a student leader, because you knew better which offices to go and knock at. Although in the beginning it was very confusing, you were just knocking at every door. But as you grew and got integrated into the institution, you became part of the institution and understood better what was happening around advising. So very, very interesting. Taking us also back as practitioners to reflecting, why is curriculum planning during registration or curriculum advising during registration such a tedious process? If someone in the chat can answer that, then it would save me 5 meetings for the rest of the year, just planning for curriculum advising during registration of 2023. So if someone could help us unpack or understand where the confusion is, why a student does not feel that sense of belonging. Like Luna said, it is that moment, that first encounter that is supposed to make me feel that sense of belonging. Why is that such a tedious, administrative factory process for many students that are still experiencing that. I mean, if Nanette during Noah's times experienced that or didn't even have that, why have we moved to it being a prescriptive exercise rather than being a developmental exercise? Are there components as we admit students to our institutions where advising could feature and we try and lessen the burden? Could faculties in their marketing of their programs, their orientation programs, better integrate students into understanding what is happening? Food for thought, something worth reflecting on. Just then, Luna, I'd like to hear, in your experience, what are the critical components about advising that you would say have the highest impact? You've said, during registration, it is the one moment that you're supposed to feel that sense of belonging. But if you look at the whole trajectory of advising, what would you say are the components of advising that are critical or have the potential to have the highest impact for students?
Thanks. So at Google, interestingly, I try to do some, light academic reading about academic advising just to see if I could use my learnings to formulate an answer, but I couldn't. And I think that was because I was looking at literature that didn't necessarily situate itself in like a decolonial or a global South context. So I found a bit of disconnect with what I was reading. But I think to answer your question, I want to focus on formulating advising initiatives. I think that it needs to be embedded in principles of care, and it needs to be human-centric or student-centered fully in the full sense of the word. And it needs to consider the multiplicity of schooling environments that learners come from. It needs to consider students' varying learning abilities, but at the same time, it also needs to be efficient and it needs to be readily available to the student. And a critical component of academic advising is that it needs to be offered to students without stigma.
Wow, very, very powerful. Offered without stigma. I think, many of us have, used it as a band-aid. You failed. You're a high-risk student. The data shows that you're high risk. Therefore, you have to come to me. I love that, having that readily available service for the students, how we pivot our service, perhaps advising is looking like our counseling services. Students need the counseling services, but they're dying in silence or suffering in silence. Should advising be that? Thank you for that. Simba, what are your thoughts? What are the critical components of advising that you think have the potential of having the highest impact?
Okay, so I'll probably just start by going back to what Luna was talking about helping students when they get into the university. Because as a first year myself, I was coming from a different country and also coming from high school. So there's a really big shift because you haven't yet connected with your peers or even your studies. So I felt like the critical components of peer advising is one, motivating students to reconnect with their studies, setting out the expectations that the university has, and just highlighting the kind of responsibilities a student is supposed to have so that they succeed. And this I learned through the first session and the second session we did with Pambili, which was appreciative inquiry and strengths-based advising. So together we brainstormed about academic goals for the semester. And then we just designed the things we needed to do to achieve and meet those goals. And we simply kept track of what we were doing during the semester. And I felt like that was a critical component. And other critical component was that, like, as a first year, you come here and then you come into a big world where you don't even know the people around you. You don't know the classmates. You're not connected to what's going on around you. You feel like you're in an ocean or something like that. So with Pambili, I learned that it's good to connect students to information and support, just encourage help-seeking behavior in a way, because now you actually tell the student that you can talk to your classmate and ask for help, or you can talk to your lecturer. It's not really a big deal. So I felt like those five are like the biggest elephants in the room in terms of academic advising.
I like how you see it as an elephant, because how you eat an elephant is piece by piece, and you've broken those pieces so beautifully for me that, using the strength-based lens, building on what Luna said, look, considering where the student is coming from, considering me as an individual, what we're seeing in our recent practices, we can have those big initiatives, those group initiatives, but to a large extent, that student needs that individualized encounter. I see in the chat, Mrs. Mayer indicating, Luna made me think about caring during the first encounter is actually the best marketing for student advisors. And Meridian also saying, I think it is important to avoid presenting advising to new students as a remedy, rather as an important service that helps the learners to adjust and find their way within the institution. And Simba spoke exactly to that, having that motivation. I cannot go back to our earlier conversations, but we heard this morning the role of motivation in advising, bringing in that component of motivation, setting out the expectations. Many a times students are coming in, they really don't know what the university expects. They just here to get a degree. They don't know that within a specific time to transition to postgraduate studies, to get involved in all of these things, I need to meet certain expectations. So I think explaining student responsibilities, not showing up or explaining advising as a remedy, showing them their responsibility in the advising space or in the higher education space. Speaking to connectedness, I think both our speakers responded to that feeling, that sense of belonging is very important. But I think latching onto this help seeking is something that is lingering at the back of my mind. And Nanette, if you, in your response to question 2 about your experiences and the critical components of advising you deem have the potential of having the highest impact, if you can talk to where do we have this help seeking? Where do we teach the help seeking? How do we teach the help seeking, Nanette?
Thank you, Gugu. For me, the most critical thing about academic advising is to identify critical information that needs to be shared with students. But not only that, delivering that information at critical times in a student's educational journey. So really looking at time delivery of your information and support. And as Luna has said, that first interaction, that is actually your critical space where you build relationship with that student. And second to critical information, I would definitely then say the relational component of advising is critical as well. Because the main aim for academic advisors is to create agency in a student, to pursue academic success. And if you don't have your relational elements in place, and as they have alluded, that sensitivity and that welcoming atmosphere, then your student will not develop the necessary agency. And then the last thing I think that is really critical as well is to have knowledge as an academic advisor, to know the student's context. As Simba has said, he's an international student. So if an international student comes to you for a very first advising encounter, do you know what challenges an international student experiences? Do you know the challenges of a transgender student, the challenges of an athlete student? Do you know what the context of the student is that is a commuter student that is sitting in front of you? But then also with that, is the advisor knowledgeable on the resources out there that can be deployed for that specific student at that critical time? I hope I've answered your question.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Nanette. Quite interesting, the critical information at the right time and the delivery. I suppose that could be our answer to how do we ensure that this help-seeking behavior is lived out by the students as they enter and transition through the system. A question I want to pause on, and I'm going to invite our audience at this moment, particularly Irene, Riashna, and Dr. Corneli. And the reason why I'm asking our three audience members is because they've spoken or either encountered spaces where career counseling and career guidance and career advising feature in. If you can help enlighten us. You all spoke to it in your previous presentations, but I note a comment by Irene in the chat that career counseling and managing students' expectations at school are necessary components. Now, what I want to understand is career guidance versus career counseling versus career advising. At what point do they feature? Which comes first? Is it the chicken or is it the egg? You know, if we can get to understand from your perspective as an audience. We've heard now that the colleagues on the panel are speaking to motivation, help seeking, strength-based appreciative advising, critical information delivered at the right time, having those relationships. But there's this one conundrum of career counseling, career guidance, career advising. Are they critical components, and where do they feature in this trajectory of a student's experience? If I can ask that you go in the following order: Irene, Riyashna, and then Dr. Corneli, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. I actually one time had to Google that and find the actual meaning of those words. Career counseling is very important for students when they are in school, and they need to understand the careers there. That's what is it that is out there. It includes goals, it includes interests. What are your interests? And it also includes when you get out there, will you get a job? You may be interested in something. Do you have the skills? The cognitive part of it is very, very important. You may want to be a doctor, but you don't like people. You know, how will you do that? So that is where career counseling comes in. It continues throughout a person's journey, career journey, but then it picks on to career guidance. When we are at work, there's career guidance. You are not counseling yourself anymore. You are doing career guidance. What is your career path? So it is at school, career counseling is very important. And through my experience as an academic advisor, I think this is something which the education department has to focus on, because a lot of students are struggling with that. The universities don't have the capacity to help students during registration to go through all that career counseling. All universities during the whole week, they do what they can. As I indicated there, the information is overwhelming to the students. They don't know where to go. So it should come before they even register at the institution. We will guide them when they are there, but they need to understand, why am I studying this? You find students they want to go to the GAME program to study medicine, and they do BSc. Halfway they catch themselves, they realize, oh my God, I'm in the wrong place. What do I do now? So it's a bit too late. We can't cancel you during registration with all that. It should happen in schools. And I'm appealing to the government and institutions like NSFAS to invest in this, because our students get in and they drop out. NSFAS spends a lot of money on this, but students are gaining nothing. The government is losing, the students are losing. So my appeal is that university can only do so much, and they are trying their best. We have a gateway to success 3 weeks at WITS. But how much information can the student get at that point? And is it going to help them? But if they start at school, they spend some money is put into that, then that will help. I think that will help the students succeed in their career journey.
Excellent. So also touching on what Nanette spoke to, the meaning making, the right information at the right time, and having that relationship with the right person to help you transition from career guidance to career counseling and so forth. Riyashna, I don't know if you want to add anything to what Irene has said?
Sure. Thanks, Gugu. Yeah, so I'm going to take quite a different tack from what Irene's talked about, which is very important in terms of defining what we mean by the difference career counseling, career advising, and the importance of it. And I'm going to say that, you know, there's a couple of things here. Students don't come to university to necessarily get a degree or to get a BSc. They come there to be a geologist. They come there because they want to be a psychologist. And so the first thing in my mind from an advising point of view, I said that in the chat, is how do we link these, what seem like very tedious tick box exercises? I got to get this prerequisite, I've got to do that. How do we link that to at the end of the day, this gets you to where you're going, which is the career, right, that you're trying to build. So in that sense, picking up from one of the earlier conversations, that career is the motivation that forces the discipline into place, right? So the discipline is the behavior, and the motivation, in a sense, is almost your affective thing there, driver. So there's that, which I think is really important as to why career advising is important. But while we also go through the in a sense, the details of what it takes to become a chemical engineer or something like that, that we also imbibe into our counseling that a career is something that you build over time, and that it is also something that is not fixed in your entire life. And so in some ways, take some of the pressure off of you have to choose what your eternal career is going to be today in order to live a successful life. And so for me, I think there's two important things there, the detail but also the philosophy of career, I think is important. Thanks, Gugu.
Thanks so much, Riashna. Really seeing the bigger picture, elements of motivation, elements of discipline coming into the space, but most importantly, defining each of these as you go along. Thank you so much. Again, the meaning making, allowing the students to see the bigger picture and pick up what matters along the way. And again, it's not fixed. It is a process. It's not an event. It is a process. Cornelia, I don't know if you want to add anything to what Irene and Riashna have said.
Gugu, yes, they've answered so beautifully. So I'm hesitant to repeat what they have said, but I concur with their perspectives. And maybe just an additional layer that I can add is that, especially, I also feel strongly, and I think we are all well aware of the gap of career counseling or advising, making that choice in high school, and then the kind of pressure that it puts on higher education institutions. And currently, from my experience, as someone who has worked in a student counseling center and had to do a lot of career counseling, and even in my private practice, I think we are well aware of the challenges in South Africa. And my colleagues has touched on it in terms of, yes, there's not enough work for everyone. So what does it mean? Now universities are also experiencing the pressure of developing the entrepreneurial mindset, which is not necessarily a different skill set. It's just a different lens that you put on. If you think in terms of motivation and all those different skills that students need to develop once they enter the higher education system. So what would be important? Maybe it's time for South Africa, because we also critically look at psychology in South Africa, that it better serve our people in the country. And from that perspective, it means that we will have to relook how we do career guidance or counseling at school, however we define it, that we make students aware that there's a lot of pressure in society. And we all know, especially those who are parents, and maybe some of us even experienced it, that sometimes, yes, parents have good intentions for their children, and they maybe have still those perspectives that those are the traditional careers and that's the only way to make a living. But life has changed so much, our realities in South Africa, internationally as well. So we need to make learners aware of those traps, career choice traps, that they don't land in programs just for the sake of doing something. But on the other hand, and there's no conclusions for that, is also then to consider that our career pathing has changed so much where we are. In the past, it was a linear line. You are a teacher or psychologist, and you are that for the next 30 years. We all know that if we read the career counseling literature or the career literature, that there's a good chance that we will change jobs many times during our life cycles. So yes, that means we really need to look within that entrepreneurial mindset. And with that, I don't mean we need to just mindlessly jump on a bandwagon and grab onto concepts, but that we truly look, what are those skills? How are they embedded in all these different careers? And one thing that that I've seen from my own experience is also, and this is for academic advisors and even psychologists working in the university context, is that they also need to broaden their perspectives of how they advise students, because at the end of the day, we are all overflown with work. So we know what we do. We sometimes take shortcuts, and I include myself in that, because you can only do so much. But I would encourage them to, within those different disciplines in the areas that they are responsible for, that they stretch themselves to see what are the flexibility in those careers, because we cannot assume careers are linear. So there are many exit points. Programs are designed in different ways. But yeah, if advisors and counselors don't have or are not wearing that lens, how are they going to raise awareness for their students that might feel trapped? But just a small reflection, or maybe some a little bit more insight, can take a student from a hopeless situation to quite a hopeful situation. So that's my contribution, and thank you for this, Gugu.
Thank you so much, Cornelia. I think all the voices that have spoken to this are highlighting that there's a meaning-making process. What particularly stands out for me as potentially a high-impact moment within advising that everyone has spoken to now is defining and understanding where career counseling, guidance, advising takes place. But for a first-time entering student, perhaps we should consider, instead of making the first encounter a tedious factory process, Luna, you're going to forgive me, I loved it, so I'm going to ride the factory wave a bit. Instead of making the first encounter, the first experience a factory experience, rather make it a developmental experience. And this could start as early as when that student accepts the offer, or just before they accept that offer, that students can get channeled into just understanding what this yields. And I love the notion of employable and entrepreneurial mindsets, that it's no longer just being employable graduates. It's entrepreneurial graduates, it's employable graduates, because not necessarily, as you've spoken, are careers any longer linear, flexible pathways of employment or entrepreneurship. So very, very insightful. I want to circle back, Luna, to you and hear from you. What in your experience, or what in your opinion, would you say has made academic advising work at UCT?
Thanks so much. So I would say that it is basically around uh, uh, a concentrated. It was concentrated efforts around getting to know students, and I remember that at the time of that hectic lockdown, I was actually an SRC member. I was undergraduate academic coordinator, which came with its own set of pressures and anxieties at the time. And by virtue of my role, I was sitting in spaces like, Senate, the Executive Committee of Senate, and other working groups and committees that centered around teaching and learning. And I remember that there was this big drive towards using data to identify the vulnerable students at the time, in order to invite them back onto campus based on, the government conditions. But I also remember attending seminars that was offered through the Center for Innovation in Learning and Teaching at UCT, where guidance was given to academics and tutors on how to how to use student analytics inside of the learning management system to track student engagement. So I think that I believe that all of these have made academic advising work to an extent, because it allowed cohorts of students who may have needed who may have needed academic advising in various forms to be identified. And I know that there was also a drive to use that data to increase engagement. But why this approach worked was because it sort of like allowed advising to trickle into classroom space as well. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Indeed, it does make a lot of sense. So, really speaking to what has made everything work, taking people along, making sure that staff and students are aware of what is happening, using data, the right data to identify students, and to speak to the notion of advising, addressing those student needs. Excellent, excellent work taking place there. Simba, in your opinion, what has made academic advising work in your space?
Okay, so as a Pambili peer advisor, that's the kind of experience that I've had with academic advising at UCT. And what I felt like was making this program work was because it understood that the relationship between the person being advised and the advisor is really important, because what happened was that with Pambili, it was for peers and it was being facilitated by other peers. So the relationship was already there. And also it was peers from your own faculty. So the relationship was already there. And there are many things that you could relate on and communicate on a personal level. And I also think that the fact that it was a pilot program, it allows us to have a certain space to be flexible and to adapt facilitation plans. And also it was very creative in the way we delivered content. It wasn't very, it was more, it was something enjoyable, but at the same time, it created an element of fun, but also it was making good progress. So that's how I felt about the academic program.
Excellent. So what Simba is actually saying, colleagues, is that piloting affords scalability at a later stage. I think none of us can say we've mastered the art of advising, we've gotten it all right, we've got all our ducks in a row. Piloting enables scaling and, most importantly, speaking to that relational component, whether it be on a peer-to-peer level or professional advisor to advisee relationship, that connectedness and understanding. So what Simba is also suggesting, that if you keep cohorts of students in the same faculty, it affords moments of learning and reflection amongst each other. But I think it would be notable that those peers are properly capacitated or trained to be responsive to those needs. Thank you so much, Simba, for those perspectives. Nanette, you've worked in this space for 7 years. What has made advising work at your institution?
Gugu, from an advisor's perspective, there's one thing that is key to a successful advising practice institution, and that is collaboration. Collaboration between different units sharing practice with one another, but also aligning their processes with one another. If you want to help a student successfully to deal with mental health challenges, you have to understand how the processes work on the other end, how the referral works, and what assistance the student would get. And then in conjunction with that, I would definitely say riding the data curve and using the data that you have to inform your practice and to help you to create evidence-based practice in advising.
Wow, so seeing the work of Siyapumelela, they've been advocating for bringing data to help augment, not replace, augment the advisor's experience. So how an advisor engages with a student, exactly what Luna spoke to, Nanette speaking to, that element of data integration into our practice. Collaboration, Luna also spoke about having the right people on the boat and traveling on the boat together to eat that elephant that Simba spoke to. Really, really important. And alignment. I cannot emphasize and agree more around alignment, colleagues. There has, in our early days, in our experience, there were contestations about, is advising replacing therapy, or is it replacing psychological support? Is it replacing the expertise of student counseling services? And sitting around the table and negotiating what are the core parameters that we function in and other colleagues function in is very important. I know for me, I always encourage that let us reflect, is there moments of advising? For me, anyone that encounters a student, whether in their office or virtually, whoever encounters a student or has an encounter with a student has an advising moment, because whatever information that colleague is going to pass over to a student is linking to the overall advising experience. So for me, it is important how our student recruiters engage with students, and I would argue that they also need an element or introduction to academic advising so that they can advise the students, or while they're recruiting the students, say to the student, I'm recruiting you, you are doing the following subject combination, but what this would yield in terms of career, employability, entrepreneurship, there are available colleagues, or you can go and do this exercise. UP in the early stages had what they call the career appetizer, where a student could add their subjects and it could pop out some specific careers it would lead to, or some specific fields of interest that they would move into. The awareness thereof can afford the other colleagues to direct those students in a path so that they can move along. I know the story that always comes to mind when I think about advising is Alice in Wonderland and the conversation Alice and the cat had. Random side note. But what basically the gist is that if you don't know where you're going, I can't help you. That's a conversation between the cat and Alice, basically. And I think if a student doesn't know where they're going or where they're headed, it is almost inevitably difficult for you as an advisor or a peer advisor to come in and help try and navigate or build a career for that student. So it's very important for us to bring these building blocks together. But for me, I think what has worked is trying to find the student and meet them where they are and have intentional moments of trying to be responsive to the student needs. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we're coming to our last question, but before I go there, I want to see the chat. I see here we're seeing, multidisciplinary work is what makes it work indeed. So bringing in the different voices, the different set of hands to work. Irene agreeing, I totally agree that collaboration and alignment are very important in academic advising. So you can hear that if your institution hasn't even started with advising or doesn't know where to start, it is around having those conversations. Why do you want to advocate for academic advising at your institution? What difference? What do you want it to address? Yes, we all want to improve student success, but anyone working at the university could ultimately say, my aim is to ensure that the student gets in and gets out. It is about what is done in between that for me matters the most, and where advising holds the greatest potential. So we're slowly coming to the end of our conversation, and Simba, I would like you here to respond to this, to go first to respond to this question in terms of how can data-enabled academic advising help institutions to be more proactive in helping students get to on-time graduation? So at what point would you say it is important to use data? Where? Is it during tests? Is it during a one-on-one? Is it at a bulk level? How can data-enabled advising help institutions be more proactive? Because ultimately, like I said, we're trying to all get the students to graduate, because in some institutions, graduation, or all institutions, graduation equals subsidy, equals money for the institution. So there's a give and take here where the student walks out as an employable, entrepreneurial graduate, and we as an institution can generate more revenue for ourselves. But Simba, what would you say is your perspectives here?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So my perspective believes that progress tracking could be very essential in making the students get on time with their graduation. There are so many elements that you can play around with on spreadsheets, on Excel, that could just monitor the academic progress of a student. And you could get even early academic alerts that could actually help someone to actually give one-on-one counseling or advice. And I think that progress tracking gives it promotes a shared ownership of educational progress among the students, the faculty, and the staff as well. And I think if we put our certain outputs like academic performance or time to get the degree, we could try to track those by basing it on the outputs that we have mentioned. And I feel like a semester by semester sequence could actually help, and also focusing on critical courses or even relevant milestones achieved by a student could help with the whole experience.
Wow, Simba, I really love that notion of relevant milestones. I think we're always so fixated on you have to pass Chem 1 to do Chem 2, but what are the relevant milestones in addition to passing Chem 1 and Chem 2 that I need to have in place? Thank you so much. Giving some of the colleagues some ideas of where to start. I know the Siyaphumelela colleagues have also looked into this progress tracking. At what moment do I track progress? Is it per quarter? Is it per block? Or is it per semester? Simba advocating or suggesting that perhaps semesterly progress tracking could be something that enables on-time graduation, but also having identified specific milestones and measuring those milestones as we move along. Thank you, Simba. Luna, if you can share your thoughts just there around this point.
Sure, cool. I'm going to come from a perspective of being a learning designer, because I think one of the big pools in learning design um, um, has been how to use data from students to improve how courses are designed. And I think it starts with inviting students to the table when designing courses, and that can be like done through a design thinking process. But students come with perspectives and experiences and knowledge that influences and informs the learning process. And the insights that are given by students at the table is data that can be used to create a learning environment where students practice agency in how they learn, and it promotes an engaging and enriching environment where the facilitator or the lecturer or whatever is the highest academic level in that course, that person isn't the co-holder of knowledge. When courses are designed like this, using student data to inform learning design, then there may be a base to track student wellness in a course. And I think that would then naturally lead to a dismantling of what are the aspects of courses that impede graduation.
Beautiful. I really love that, bringing in the element of design thinking. I know the University of the Free State embarked on a student journey mapping exercise where they did an entire study and reflected and invited students around the table. Very valid in terms of even if your institution doesn't know where to start, and in identifying the milestones that Simba spoke to, maybe just bringing students around the table and asking the question, what would help you reach graduation on time? Asking exiting students, what helped you reach graduation on time? What were the milestones or the moments that mattered the most in enhancing your experience? And this could be in any initiative that you have as advising. And remember, we heard just now, piloting enables scaling, so it would be worthwhile just piloting something small, reflecting small students, having those students around the table. Nanette, in your perspective, in your views, in your experience, what would you say?
Gugu, for me, I think it's all about staying ahead of the curve. If you have a data-enabled practice, you are ready for the crisis before the student hits the crisis. And you are not reactive in your advising practice, but you are proactive. If you have the data that already informs what is going to happen on the student's journey, you can already put your resources and your contingency plans in place before the student actually hits the crisis. And we've seen how student engagement data has informed the student's journey and advising practice. And if I can go back to the peer advising presentation, I think reflecting over 5 years of data in a program at this scale, I think one of the key lessons that I've learned is if your data does not inform your practice, then you're asking the wrong questions. So I think that is a critical thing as well, that we identify what are the data points. There have been so many conversations around over-surveying students. But instead of just focusing on collecting data, asking yourself what are the critical things I I need to find from my data, and where are the critical data points that can help inform my practice so that I can deliver proactive advising initiatives.
Thank you so much. Very insightful. So marrying your practices to data, so cannot separate the two, is an element that Nanette is bringing to this conversation. I think, it's very interesting that there's continually the scholarly reflection, but also the practice. And the scholarship needs to inform the practice, but we also need to contextualize. You know that advising in South Africa is almost 12 years old, but our formally established National Advising Association is only a year old. So these are interesting conversations and dimensions we are bringing into the space that we can formalize advising as a profession and in practice in South Africa. And it is worth us having these moments and these discussions, thinking about what data do I have access to? What does that data mean in terms of what I'm trying to do? Nanette speaking to student engagement data. Do we as advisors take a moment to reflect on what student engagement data is having or contributing towards me shaping a responsive or a proactive practice in terms of my advising? Razia, I see you left a question for Simba. Simba, I don't know if you want to at this moment unmute yourself and respond to Razia in terms of the question asked in the chat, and the question really wanting to hear if it would help if data was sent from dashboards to students directly. So maybe yourself as a peer advisor, if it would help to have a space where you can access specific data information to track students to graduate on time. We have not done this because we do not want to put too much stress on students. As a peer advisor, would you say that would help in terms of your engagements with students, or are the informal qualitative conversations more enriching for you as a peer advisors, and the professional advisors should be the ones dealing with the data? Simba, if you can share your thoughts there, please.
Okay, so speaking as a student, I would obviously get some sort of anxiety if perhaps I would know that my marks are on some board or some notice board somewhere. But then I believe that the school itself has access to these resources. They have access to our marks, access to data on our progress. And sometimes student marks have been crying out for help since the semester started. And I feel like the university could actually, if they tracked the progress, they could actually have a chance to actually step in and actually solve the problem before it gets too late or before the semester ends. So I believe that the student might not need to be shown his progress, but then I feel like the school has the power to do something before a student fails. That's how I feel about it.
Rosie, I don't know if that has responded to your question for Simba.
Yes, thank you, Gugu. I really appreciate Simba's input. And the reason I think that I should just give Simba some background. So Simba, at our university, I work at Wits University, and we developed a dashboard specifically for staff members where we could go on and we could see students' marks. So in terms of how it would look to a student, if I had to send you your data, there would be your subject and there would be an indicator, sort of like a robot. And green would be you're doing well. Amber would be, okay, please come and see an advisor. And red would say, please, we're really encouraging you to come see an advisor. So that data won't be shared with any other student. It would come to your phone or to your laptop. But it would be just for you. And so I wanted to know if that would be helpful as a student, because yes, you can go to an advisor. And at our university, we encourage students to come to us. So we're proactive. We reach out to them and say, please come and have a conversation with us. So in addition to all of that, I just wanted to know if it would be useful just to have an indicator that says, these are my 4 subjects. I'm doing well in 2, but in 2, I'm not doing well. So I need to, as a student, go out and reach out to an advisor.
Okay, so I think the biggest concern among students is if another student knows your marks. But I believe that it's actually helpful for the faculty to approach the student first because some students maybe are afraid to approach the faculty. So I believe that the way you are doing it is actually nice, and I would actually have appreciated it if it was happening at UCT.
Great. Thank you. So Razia, they're getting the green light, the green robot. Go ahead, try it, test it, come back and tell us in a year's time whether it has worked or has had any impact for the students at the University of Witwatersrand. Simba really affirming that he would have appreciated having that indicator that is giving me a sense of ownership as a student and giving only me and my advisor or my faculty that access to that space to look at. Colleagues, we've reached the top of the hour and we need to segue into our closing keynote, but on behalf of the entire attendees, the entire seminar, I would like us to pause and unmute and give a wonderful, warm round of applause to our panelists for these insightful reflections that have really brought us to a moment of pausing, considering where we are, placing ourselves, how we bring others along, how we go forward, and how do we enhance student success. So if it is possible and you can unmute, please help me give these colleagues a round of applause. Thank you for those that have given a virtual applause in the chat. Simba, Luna, Nanette, thank you so much for adding additional perspectives from your institutions, from your personal experiences and encounters of advising of where to from now. Colleagues, thank you so much. I will be having conversations offline with you soon, probably tomorrow, and we can take things forward, but I really enjoyed your reflections. At this moment, we are going to then transition over into our closing keynote. Our closing keynote is delivered by Dr. Margaret Mbindio from the University of Millersville. Dr. Mbindio is a new emerging scholar with the National Academic Advising Association, also chair of the Global Engagement Committee that NACADA facilitates. And we will hear reflections from an international colleague. She has had the privilege of listening in on our conversations, fortunately didn't have the ridiculous time zone differences currently in Africa, in Kenya. So I do believe Margaret has heard some of our conversations, has listened in on our panel reflections, and will now deliver and address us from a lens of an international colleague who has worked globally with academic advisors. And on that note, I'd like us to listen in on the bio of Dr. Margaret, and then Margaret, you can call up your slide and we will then move into your presentation immediately after your bio has been read.
Advisement mentoring career in Kenya, where she served as a certified secondary school teacher. She has earned several degrees, including a dual title PhD degree in curriculum instruction and cooperative and international education from Penn State University, a master's in education research from Vrije University in Brussels, Belgium, a master's in education in curriculum and instruction from Penn State University, and a BSc in education in English language and literature from Kenyatta University in Kenya. She's also a certified Swahili tester and narrator for ACTFL Oral Proficiency, Interview, and the ACTFL Writing Proficiency Test for the Seal of Biliteracy. In the US, she has many years working with students at risk of academic failure, starting at Upward Bound Math Science at Penn State University, Upward Bound program at Millersville University, and as a K-12 supervisor for college career readiness at Milton Hershey School. Prior to her current position, Dr. Mbinyo served at various times as a temporary faculty and academic advisor in the Department of Academic Advisement and Student Development at Millersville University, and also as an academic advisor at Penn State University, Harrisburg. Dr. Mbinyo's area of research includes the academic resilience and academic persistence and success of low-income, first-generation, and immigration students. She has presented her research in local,
national and international conferences. She is an awardee of NACADA's Emerging Leaders Program, class of 2019 to 2022, and a nominee and a winner of the 2019 Mashujaa Awards USA in the Youth Empowerment category. In the local community, she volunteers with Church World Services to help transition recent immigrants to the USA system of education. Thank you.
And I want to thank Google so much this afternoon for inviting me for this conference and to deliver this keynote. I really, really appreciate this honor of talking to you and listening to all the presentations that have been made. I want to give you a disclaimer. I have a cold. I am coughing. And so you will see me take a little bit of water here and there. But I hope that you will be able to hear what I have to say. As you have heard from my bio, I have been an academic advisor for several years. And academic advising has given me so much joy. As a person who is so much interested in helping students succeed in their academic work, I have gained so much experience from talking with different types of students from all walks of life. And it just gives me so much hope to know that there are people out there willing to work with students at their very point of need. As I've been listening to the many speakers since morning, I was so impressed by the work that is happening in South Africa. I have told Google this many times, that South Africa is a leader in Africa when it comes to academic advising. And there is so much work left to be done on the continent about academic advising, which is very important in higher education. I have put for you on this slide a quote. It's not really a quote, it's just a saying that today is a good day to have a great day. To smile more, worry less, to be the very best version of you, to do more of what makes you happy every day, to be positive and regret nothing, to be humble and to work hard as an academic advisor, as a student. Every day may not be good, but find something good in every day. Laugh, love, live. Follow your dreams, believe in yourself and your work, and remember to be awesome. I want to just talk a little bit about the statistics about college success, dropout, and the students that are mostly affected when it comes to dropping out of college. And then I'm going to talk about the academic advisor role, the student role. I'll talk about the unhealthy characteristics. And then if the relationship is not working, what next? And I will conclude. And I will give you time to reflect and to ask questions. I am not an expert. We have a lot of experts in the room. And I would like to encourage that we all help one another answer the questions that will come. You will see a lot of giraffes as I continue to present on the slides. I live not far from the Kapiti Plains in Kenya, where we have a lot of giraffes, zebras, and so many other animals. If I was to get out of where I am right now to just walk for 1 mile, I would be interacting with giraffes. And so I find the relationship between an older giraffe, whether it's a mother of a little giraffe, very fascinating, because the older giraffes lead the way and the smaller giraffes follow You will see the picture in the center is of a giraffe that is standing right on the door. And you will see the little giraffe standing there with the door blocked and not knowing what to do or where to go. And to me, that reflects the relationship between an academic advisor and the student, which is very, very, very critical. The way the relationship is handled can mean that a student is going to be successful or that a student is going to be, leaving the university very soon. And so when you look at these giraffes, there's always a leader, the younger ones following. And someone said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I want us to consider, not to be disrespectful, but for all of us, to consider ourselves as academic advisors, the bigger giraffe, and whether we are opening those doors for the students that we are interacting with on a daily basis. It has been said in this conference, students come not knowing where they are going, but knowing what they want. They want to get a degree and get out of the university. They don't think in terms of taking any assessments. They don't think in terms of even an internship or even going to talk to the career offices. They don't talk in terms of getting involved and that they can become, they can interact in social clubs. They can be student leaders in organizations. They don't think in terms of what they can be immersed in as students in a given university. And how do they get immersed in a given university in all these, organizations and clubs if they don't know what exists in those colleges, in those universities? What kind of freshman transition and what kind of freshman experience are they going to find when they come into the university? When we look at the statistics about college dropout, 3 out of 10 freshmen students in colleges and universities will drop out before their sophomore year. As I was preparing for this presentation, I was looking at the literature that concerns South Africa. And, different researchers, different scholars have different figures that touch on the number of students that are dropping out. This statistic here is a global statistic. And we know that there are challenges that touch on students even after they've been in a university for 2 semesters, when they've completed 1 year, when they've completed 2 years, 3 years. They can easily drop out because of challenges that we are going to see in a few minutes. When we talk about the low income students that are coming to our universities, whether it's in the US, whether it's in Kenya, whether it's in South Africa, students from low income with great grades, lack of money, and all that, 79.3% or more are likely to drop out in comparison to those that are coming from higher income brackets. Personally, I came from a low income family here in Kenya. I am actually a postcard of a student that came out of nowhere, out of nothing. If I remember my childhood, I used to take care of my father's cows and goats, and this is a true story. I loved to take care of cows and goats. I would take them to the, to take them to go and eat grass. And I would be sitting, waiting for them to eat as I was reading. After they had ate their fill, I would take them to the watershed to go and drink water, and then I would bring them home. I am not different from the poorest of the poor. We were very, very poor growing up. all I had was faith, because my mother introduced me to faith, and I believe in myself at a very young age. That's all I had. And I remember a teacher in primary school or elementary school, I don't know what you call it in South Africa, sitting us on, under a tree one day afternoon. And he said, he spoke my language, which is Kamba, and he said, I want to challenge you, young kids. I want to tell you that after primary school, there is secondary school. And then you go to high school. After that, you go to college or university. And you can keep going until you get a PhD. That is the first time I had heard the word PhD. And then one student raised up their hand and they asked, can you talk a little bit about in our mother tongue, not English? What did you just talk about PhD? What is that? And he explained it is the terminal degree. And with that one, you can't lack a job. And with that one, you are going to change the environment of your home, because you will be the change bringer into that home. And listen, to cut a long story, I wanted to have that PhD so bad, and I'm not kidding you. I was in grade 5. Grade 5. That means I was around maybe 10, I don't know. And I told myself, you are going to get it. And I didn't know how. But I told you that my mother was a woman of faith. And I went home and I told my mother, I want the PhD. My mother said, what is it? It is a PhD. Mr. Mutisia said we should work hard to get a PhD. This man, who is my teacher, he just passed away recently. He had put something in my head. He didn't realize what he had done at that time, but he had put something in my head, a dream that I was going to work so hard to get it. I stand addressing you today with a PhD, with 2 masters, with a bachelor's, with several certifications, and I am so grateful that I can talk to you. And so what I'm trying to tell you right now is that these statistics you see here, you as an academic advisor, as a faculty member, as an instructor, you can impact the students you come across. Google said every encounter is an advising moment. What is going to come out of your mouth, that is what is going to make the difference. I will move on with my slide. I will keep giving you my stories because the work we do is very important. The reasons why students are dropping out, college transitional issues. Simba and Luna gave their perspectives as students. And one of them said, transitioning to college is not easy. They know nothing. I mean, they know no one. Students know no one, new students, whether they are transferring, whether they are new students. So college transitional issues, what are universities doing to make it easier for students to transition effectively? What are we doing as academic advisor outside our offices? Do you walk around campus and identify students that look lost? In our university, the first week, we set up stations, welcome stations all over campus. And we direct new students to different buildings. Hey, hi, how are you? I'm going to this building. Do you know where it is? No, okay. This is where it is. We give them a little map. We show them where it is. The first week is dedicated to directing students to different classes. Transitional issues, not just where the buildings are, but how can I find where the library is? How can I find my faculty member? Where are the offices? You know, where is the dining? All those transitional things. What is in this university that can make me better? What clubs and organizations can I enroll in? Can I register for? What can I become apart from being an academic success? Socially, how can I end up being a better person? Transitional issues, very important. Financial challenges, we know that in Africa, we are not very rich, we are not. And so how can we help students with financial challenges? What are universities doing to help? I went to school through loans. I just finished paying them. My husband said, Margaret, we can't hide in the US. We have to go back to Kenya and pay off everything. We came back, we were able to pay. Are there loans that are given in universities in South Africa? Can you encourage students to get those loans? One thing that I always like to say in the US is, in the US, they fear loans. They fear debt. It is just the way it is. But I always like to encourage students, please don't fear a loan. If your family is not well up, go get a loan. I got a loan. It is better to have a loan and have a degree in your pocket. There are so many advantages with that than not have a degree and you're walking out there without a job. Poor academic preparedness. How are students being prepared before they come to college? Right now in the US, the discussion is because the pandemic really made things worse when it comes to enrollment. So universities have opened their doors for any student to come. So long as they finished university, no SATs are being considered, anyone can come in. So the cadre and the kind of students we are getting in the US, most of the universities is very ill prepared. And recently we were in a conference with my colleagues just in Pennsylvania, that's where I live, where the freshmen, the incoming freshmen, most of them, or a certain number of them, not everyone, is coming in with 9th grade. Can you imagine? 9th grade reading level, 9th grade, and 9th grade writing level. And this is true. They can't write at the college level. And so because of the pandemic, the universities have opened their doors. We are getting everyone because they want to survive. Universities want to, they want to survive. Students, actually some of the universities have closed up. They've closed their doors because of low enrollment. And I'm talking about Pennsylvania. And I know in other states, same thing. I belong to, it's called the Pennsylvania State System Schools. There are 14 schools in Pennsylvania that are state schools. Millersville, where I work, is one of them. We used to be 14. Because of the pandemic now, 6 of those universities, 3 of them have been combined, and 3 of them have been combined into one. That is in this eastern part of Pennsylvania. In the western part of Pennsylvania, we have another 3 that have been combined into one. Why? Low enrollment. So in order to survive, universities are opening doors for anyone. So long as you just, you want to come to college, you can come. So what is going to happen? The work of the faculty or the professors is going to be more. It's like students are being set up for failure unless there are tutoring and academic support systems to help them succeed. The work of academic advisors has increased. Excuse me. Because if they are not doing very well in class, the professor will send you an email as an academic advisor because the student information is tied to the academic advisor or the student academic success coach. And the professor will say, can you please meet with this student for extra coaching, success coaching, or extra academic support? So there are many things that are touched on poor academic preparedness. I don't know about South Africa, especially after academic, the pandemic, the lack of motivation. I'm so grateful that I think it was Kamara, Dr. Kamara, and a colleague who talked about motivation. There's no motivation after the pandemic. And a lot of times students will come into college and find that the rigor, the academic rigor in those colleges and universities is too much. They can't just handle it. The academic rigor is too much, so they can't sustain themselves academically, and so they drop out. Competing priorities. I don't know what kind of competing priorities are there in South Africa, but in the US, students have jobs. And so you may find that a student has 2 jobs or 3 jobs. And that student is working so hard to support the family. They can't sustain themselves as, students if they have 3 jobs, because they will come to class the following day and they are sleepy. They are dozing throughout the lesson. Student advisor relationship going, wrong. There is no relationship. Remember, the academic advisor is the first point of contact. You are the first person the student is assigned to. And so if there's no relationship, if there's no chemistry between the two of you, what does the student do? They feel discouraged, no sense of belonging there. You don't have time for them. Someone said that relational advising is at the key, is at the center of a successful relationship or advising relationship. There has to be some relationship that is developed. And so if the student advisor relationship is not there, the student may decide, you know what, this is not for me, I'm leaving. Not understanding the college rigor, I've already talked about that. And I'll keep moving on. So what does this mean? You need to understand our role. We need to understand our role as academic advisors. What is our role? It is a pity that Google, said that she had to sit negotiating with educational, some senior people to convince them about academic advising and why it is so important. She said it a few minutes ago. She sat there to really advocate for academic advising. The way I have seen things, I wish I had an academic advisor when I went to Kenyatta University the first time. I had no idea what was happening. I came from the rural areas. Remember, I was taking care of cows and sheep and goats. And then now I have to go to a city where the college was. I have to learn how to get into a bus, a commuter bus. I have to learn city life. I have to learn how to relate with colleagues who are boys or young men. And I'm coming straight from girls' boarding schools where I've been for the last 6 years. It was a challenge, a serious challenge. The rigor, nobody explained. Nobody explained anything. The only thing I knew is that I was there for a bachelor's degree in English and literature education. I was going to be a teacher. The first 2 years were a challenge. Academic advising is so important, and I'm so proud of South Africa for having ELETSA and for having an academic advising that is now thriving. In Kenya here, East Africa, we have nothing. West Africa, they have nothing. North Africa, they have nothing. That is what I've been advocating for. I'm working with scholars right here in East Africa for us to establish something. I am in talks with West Africa to please do something about academic advising there. Listen, we have to understand our role as academic advisors. We need to understand our students. Our students are diverse, so diverse, so diverse. I can't stress this. Our students are so diverse, apart from coming from the city, apart from coming from the inner city, apart from coming from the rural areas, apart from being females and males and LGBTQ, whichever they are so diverse. And we cannot treat our students just as a blanket. We have to treat each student as an individual. We have to listen to their stories. And that is where the relational advising comes in. We have to be vulnerable enough to them to share a little bit of ourselves. I'm not ashamed to share about my story where I took care of cows. When I tell them to my American students, they just look at me like, Margaret, Dr. Mbintio, are you serious? Yes, I am. Unfortunately, my father did not have a camera where, they could take a picture of me. They just have to, I don't have a picture. But it is true. That's what I did. I took care of cows. We have to tell our stories. We have to motivate our students. They have to see that it is possible. If she did it, I can do it. And we have to tell them, yes, you can do this. So the role of the academic advisor, you are the transformational leader. That student has to transform. You are the leader in the relationship. You are the mentor. You are the teacher, you are the counselor, you are the pastor, you are the encourager, the motivator, you are the tutor, you are the coach, you are the role model, the advocate. We are all these things as academic advisors. And if you are not willing to be one of these things, or maybe some of these things, choose which ones you want. But if you are not willing to be in multiple roles, then I think you are in the wrong profession. I'm telling you. You have to be willing to advocate for your students. Advocate means sometimes sending an email to the professor on behalf of the student. You have to be willing to look at where the resources are, tutoring, and refer students to the right resources so that they can be assisted. You have to be the mentor. You are so many things to so many students. It's so important, so important. It is so important. I heard here, this is a relational contract actually between you and the student. You can't escape that. It is a relational contract. You should be able to smile at the students when you see them progress, because you knew and understood them when they were freshmen, they were new there, and now you can see them progressing to second year, to third semester, to fourth semester, to third year. Oh, that should give you so much joy. And stop them and ask them out there as you're walking around campus, how are things going? Even for those that you don't know, I told you that you can't just sit in your offices. You have to make the rounds during break, during lunchtime. Identify students that are sitting looking lonely and engage them, talk to them. Let me tell you, it is a joy and such a privilege to be an academic advisor. You can change lives, and those students will never forget you for what you did to them. So I'll go through this very quickly. The advisor uses strength-based approach to encourage resilience. I have done so much work around resilience. If you go to Millersville University and just Google resilience, I am doing some things there about resilience as it pertains to students. Strength-based approach to encourage resilience simply means, after hearing all these stories by the student, identifying one and telling them, if you did that, even this you can do. With strength-based approach, there is no criticism. You appreciate what the student has done and encourage them to use the same energy to even do better. Someone talked about holistic advising. It is the same thing that I'm talking about right now, where you are not just concerned about the academics of the student, you are concerned about their life even after the classroom. And the student may come and tell you that, you know what, I'm struggling, I don't have food. I really have no food. Or they may tell you that, I've been fearing to tell my mother that I'm pregnant, but I'm telling you. Or I have messed up in this area, but I'm telling you. So if the student has the liberty to tell you, what kind of holistic advising will you tell them? Holistic advising simply means it's not just about academics, it's about the other things as well. Pointing them to the right direction. Know what the resources exist in your university. Provide clear expectations. Lead by example. You should be available today, preferably right now. If If possible, the student wants to come and see you, encourage them. True story, true story. The students I advise, I give them my cell phone. I tell them, if you have something to say to me, please don't fear, send me a text. If I need to call them for something, they should also expect me to call them. I may call them to remind them about something. They can call me anytime. I'm telling you, if you care about your students, they should be able to reach you immediately. And if not immediately, at least there should be just try your best as an academic advisor to get back to them. Provide feedback within a reasonable time period. That's what related to the first one. Then mentor students in research. Never underestimate yourself as an academic advisor. In Millersville, my university, they usually have a big research, event for students where we work the whole of spring. We work with students one-on-one. You mentor them. You identify students, you mentor them to do a research. And then they present in front of the other students. I have done that. I didn't limit myself as an academic advisor. I thought if I have a PhD, then you have something to offer these students is to mentor them in research. If you Google Millersville, you will see my 2 students that have presented, and I've even written a journal article in the student journal. Don't underestimate, mentor students. Let them, realize that you are there. You can support them, not just in academic advising, but also in mentoring. Encourage growth mindset. Encourage that. Mentor and nurture students to be innovative and to be more judgmental, critical thinking skills. Not to be yes students. Let them challenge their faculty members. Let them give their own opinions, mentor them so that they can be, judgmental and really to give their opinions. And the relationship is not about being authoritative or confronting or prescriptive. Please, no. It's about nurturing. It's about that relationship, remember? Reiterate students' academic goals. What are your goals? Let me tell you. In the US, 85%, and don't ask me, I may, if you contact me later, I may send the link, but 85% of the students that come with a declared major, they come in as freshmen, I want to be English major, I want to be geography major, I want to be in engineering. 85% of those students will change their degree. True. Many of them come in undecided. Actually, my department is undecided students. They have no major. They just come in. We work with them. We give them assessments. By the time they finish with us 3 semesters, they have an idea of what they want to do. These many other students that come in, they want to be in biology, they want to be in engineering. They will change their mind. They came in as a biology major. By the time they are in their sophomore year, junior year, they've totally changed their major. Some students change several times. And that's why it's so important to keep talking to students about their goals. After taking that class, how do you like that class? Are you still happy with where you are? And encouraging them. Remember, many of these students are taking up these majors because their parents want them to be doctors, want them to be nurses, want them to be business people. It's not them, it's their parents. It's very sad. It's not them, it's their parents. And I don't know about South Africa, but in Kenya here, if you are placed in a given, it's especially during our time, if the government placed you in education, that's where you finished your college, your college career at. Talk to students about their goals. The student is the driven learner, is the explorer. Remember the explorer. The student is not going to explore if they're not talking to someone to explain things to them. A student is like a sponge, a freshman student. They don't know a lot. They just know high school and that's it. And so in college, they have the privilege of absorbing all these things in their heads. It's very, very important for you to take advantage of that time as an academic advisor to share with them as much as possible. The NACADA core values of academic advising, which I know Gogo have talk about caring, commitment, empowerment, inclusivity, including every student and treating them as individuals. Talk about integrity. Somebody talked about academic integrity during today's seminar. Professionalism and respect. Let me tell you, once any student, even your own child, my son is 13, and I have watched the developmental milestones roll, he has become someone else. He's now an adult. He's 13, an adult, not really an adult, but he can reason. He can challenge me. I have to respect his opinions. He's only 13, I'm telling you. What about a college student? You have to respect their opinions. You have to respect, there has to be a form of respect. You have definitely to be willing to work with a student just the way they are. Student role. The student can influence the relationship with positive proactive behaviors. How do we teach these proactive behaviors to our students? How do we teach our students to have clear communication goals? How do we teach our students to work diligently and meet expectations? How do we teach our students to develop help-seeking behaviors? Someone talked about help-seeking behaviors. It's so important to encourage. I know sometimes, depending on the culture, some students may not be so willing to go and look out for help. But this is the way. You have to be able to help and encourage students to seek help, to go and seek help. Is responsible for their own academic progress and submits work as required. After doing all this academic advising work, at the end of the day, it is the student to take responsibility and do their work and show the academic progress. And that is what we need to reiterate all the time when we talk to them. Is enthusiastic, curious, open-minded, creative, and critical. I talked a little bit about that earlier. Maintains regular meeting and communications with course instructors and even with you as an academic advisor. If a student is missing your meetings with you, just keeps missing, that is a bad indicator. If they can miss a meeting with you several times, that should worry you. Uses time effectively, maintains regular contact with advisor. I've talked about that. So what to do if things go wrong? Things go wrong. Relationships fail. People fail to account for their time. They may fail to account for what they're supposed to do. And so those conversations must be held. As an academic advisor, you have to listen and listen and listen again and offer your best advice. Sometimes the student may be uncomfortable having you as an academic advisor, and if that is the case, then the chair of the department or the supervisor and you, the academic advisor, should be willing to release the student. If you're not comfortable with me, I totally understand. I will facilitate you getting someone else to advise you because relationships fail. A male student may find it odd to have an academic advisor who is a female. A female student may find it odd to have a male student. You never know what things may go wrong. Encourage students to always seek help as soon as possible. Request to have students assigned to another advisor if relationship is not working. I've already talked about that. And a long journey starts with one single step. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Again, the story of giraffes here. When there is a little bit form of confidence, when the student is now finally feeling confident to really explore campus, find his place, do things for himself instead of relying upon you all the time. It's really such a fulfilling thing. And just to conclude, you are all perfectly capable of helping students succeed. All of you as academic advisors, as faculty, as educators, anyone, you are all perfectly capable of helping students. So listen to your students and work with them as individuals. Seek out best advising practices. NACADA, Google talked about it. NACADA has so much resources, and I encourage all of you presenters, and even people that were listening, to submit proposals to NACADA. They are always looking for people to present, present to the world. Let them hear what's happening to South Africa. Let them hear about your research. Let them hear about things that you are convinced about student success. It's very important. You can do this. Now, when the relationship is perfect, it looks like this guild here. It's just perfect. And there is going to be success. There's going to be success based on the things you have done as an academic advisor, based on the things the student has done because they have been advised well. There's going to be success. And success is inevitable if you are walking together, facing the same direction, just as these giraffes. It's so important. I know I have taken a long time, but I wanted to give you just a very, very quick exercise for you to do. Please go to menti.com. Very briefly, 2 minutes only. Menti.com, if you have a phone, and enter these numbers. 405-22345. As you listen to the various speakers today, using 2 words, what advising student success strategies will you consider using moving forward? Okay. Somebody said motivation, integrity. Thank you. If you have a phone, please, someone said care. Thank you, thank you. Continue, continue. Someone else said listening. Thank you. Motivation, yes, thank you. Continue. Listening, thank you very much. Data informed, thank you. Someone said continue. Listening. Intentional interactions, thank you very much. Student tracking, thank you. Continue putting words. Taking responsibility, thank you. Support, thank you. Collaboration, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Integrity, intentional interactions. Let's build this cloud. Data informed, I know you're tired, I know you're tired. I'll give you 3 seconds and then we are going to stop this. Engagement, thank you very much. Okay, I think we are going to stop here. Friend, resilience, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Friend, I see taking responsibility, co-constructor of no. Listening, you have the idea, And so I'm going to stop sharing in the interest of time. And I want to thank you so much for this time. And it was an honor again for me to be here. Thank you so much, Google, and your planning team. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Margaret, for those reflections, for being vulnerable with us and telling us a bit about yourself and putting it into practice and leading us by example. I think everyone listening in paused at that moment and reflected what this meant for them in their own practice, in their own scope of being as an individual and where they are going in terms of their careers. Mine is not to thank you. I have asked the Vice President of ELETSA, Razia Musa, to come on and to thank you and just to share reflections, and I will come back on just to share my concluding remarks of the seminar. So at this moment, I'll hand over to Razia to share her words of gratitude on our behalf. Thank you.
So, Margaret, I wanted to thank you on behalf of everyone that's present today, as well as ELETSA. I particularly wanted to thank you for your insightful presentation and for sharing your experiences with us. I particularly like that you highlighted the relational contract that we have with students, because I think that some of the times we could forget about this. And then also you highlighted that we should celebrate student success. And that's another important point that I think that we should all do, because it is something that as we get busy with our daily work, we just forget to do certain things. And I think that celebrating student success is one of the things that we definitely should do. One of the things that you also mentioned that's important, not only for us, but for our students, is that they should take responsibility. It's not only for us to advise them, but that the responsibility rests with them. And I think that that's very powerful. I also want to thank you for acknowledging the work that we are doing in academic advising here in South Africa. So thank you so much for joining us today, and all the best to you in your endeavors as well. Thank you. Over to you, Gugu.
Thank you very much, Razia, for thanking Margaret. Margaret, there will be something that you will be receiving. Hopefully DHL gets it on time to you, but I'll have that offline discussion with you. Colleagues, we have reached the end of this first of its kind National Academic Advising Seminar, where scholars and practitioners in the academic advising fraternity in the South African higher education space could feel safe to share their experiences, their knowledge, their practice, in an effort of, as I said in my opening remarks, enhancing student success, not only at their institutions, but across the country. I really hope that you have picked up, as I indicated, a piece or two that you are taking with you. We are tomorrow going, as I mentioned, into the Siyaphumelela conference. The reason why we are always going to do the National Advising Seminar before Siyaphumelela is it affords the advisors a space to showcase their work. So next year, do look forward to a similar of its kind, a National Advising Seminar at this time of the year, where we will then transition into the Siyaphumelela conference, where we will then reflect on the data component of advising into our practice. But this was really for scholarly reflections, for practice reflections, just to ensure that we all hear voices from different spaces. So for next year, I really look forward to hearing more institutions share their work. There will be other events and activities taking place through ELETSA. We already have a little committee that is looking at ethical standards of academic advising. You can look forward to a draft email around that. We have the National Collaborative Grant institutions that will be convening soon and putting together their deliverables. ELETSA will continue to have some events via NACADA to host and to, most importantly, share best practices and scholarship and reflections. And again, Margaret, I hope you won't be a stranger in our space, and you will invite other scholars and practitioners from the NACADA space into this space so that we can grow this global community. So from my side again, thank you to the presenters, to the organizing committee, to the tech committee, and again, thank you for your patience with the technology this moment. Albeit the technology challenges we experienced this morning, we are finishing on time. So from my side and the rest of the ELETSA community and the rest of the scholars, practitioners, thank you very, very much, and we wish you a productive second semester as you begin your second semester in the month of July. From me to everybody else, thank you, ngiyabonga, take care, and goodbye.